Can anyone hear me? I apologize for interrupting. Now I hear you. I wasn't hearing you before, Tom.
Okay, we are locked in your video as well.
Sure do.
Okay, great. Well, we can get started. Okay, does everyone have a stack packet, or does anyone need a copy here? Good, great. Well, welcome to the August Stack Committee meeting, State Trails Advisory Committee. My name is Tom Lang, and I'm the Trail Stewardship Grant Program Manager. I had the opportunity to meet a few of you back in April before I started in this position. A lot has happened since then, a lot of new staff at FWP and a lot of changes within the Trail Stewardship Program, as well as the Recreational Trails Program, which we're here to talk about today. And we're all at FWP looking forward to working with the stack to continue to build the Trails Grant Program and to get new ideas and to keep expanding. So thank you all for being here today in person and in video. I guess I'll get on the video so you can see me. So over the next couple of days, we will be covering a lot of information, a lot of technical information about the changes that have been made to the application process, and importantly, the scoring criteria and rubric for that. But before we get into that and start gathering feedback and discussing the future direction of the program, we will start with introductions. And just again, the stack packet, if anyone online needs a copy of that PDF that you don't have, it was in an original invite, but if you do need that, you can just raise your hand and we can email that out to you just so you have a copy, because we will be referencing pages on that throughout today and tomorrow. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at, and I think we'll move just directly into introductions. I can kick it off and we'll spin it around the room here, and then we'll go to folks online. So for the introductions, there it is. Yeah, so it's just name where you're living out of now or where you've lived out across the state, years involved with Stack, and why trail access is important to your community. And that last bit is something that from our programmatic review, we just want to start understanding what is most important within our Stack members, so we can start building kind of a portfolio that says trail access is important internally for FWP for these reasons, with our advisory council for these reasons. And then we can bring that out to the public in the future and start inquiring what components of trail access are most important to communities and to invested stakeholders and to trail users. So my name is Tom Lang. I live in Helena now. Used to live in Missoula, spent a little time in West Glacier. Hiked all across the state and enjoyed it all very much. I've been involved with Stack, not years, but months, about 4.5. And trail access is important to my community. One, because it gets people out and gets people moving. It brings people together, whether it's friends that just want to go hike and have a conversation, or families that want to bring multi-generations together and take a walk. But I also think it's really important because it gets people out of their homes and away from their screens, and it allows them to have a little bit of independent cognition and to develop a connection to place. And I think that's what trails are really important to my community, and I feel like that's a really important thing across the state as well. And I think that improving trail access can improve people's connection to place and improve community cohesion and pride and do a lot of good. So I will pass the intro over to Beth, and we'll horseshoe around, and then we'll call on folks on Zoom.
Okay, well, thank you, Tom. My name is Beth Shoemate, and I'm the assistant administrator based out of the Helena office here with Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And gosh, I've been with the agency since 2005 in various roles. And so I've lived in different parts of the state. Spent some time in Miles City, Glasgow, Custer area, Paradise Valley, Bozeman. And why do I think that trail access is important to the community? I think I'd speak to this more from a statewide perspective and mainly for health reasons and trying to connect people to the outdoors. Tom already kind of stole the thunder a little bit and just trying to get people away from screens and connecting with friends and family. I also completely agree with that. And there's so many health benefits in getting people outside in that outdoor time. Whether it's social, psychological, mental, physical, you name it. And so, yeah, I think trail access and especially convenient access for all types and abilities of people is really, really important. So really thinking about that seamless connectivity. Yeah, so I'll end there.
Okay. I'm Jenny Sullivan and location. Well, I split my time between Helena and Missoula, but I would call Missoula home. And I've only been involved with this. I was appointed this year, whenever I've made one. So here I am. And trail access. So I spent 15 years advocating for bicycle routes across the country. And before I took the job with the Historical Society. So I really find connectivity to be really important, not just a trail or a route for a short period of time and then, bike lane stops here. I like to see connectivity, and trails just provide the safest way for people to have that multimodal connection. So yeah, all the other things that Tom and Beth said, but I really like that. And personally, mountain bike and hike, and I don't run anymore, but my dogs do. So personally, I love having the trails right outside my back and front door. So super helpful. That's it.
I'm Shelby Clark. I am in Helena now. This is my first staff meeting, so probably along the same lines as Tom. Trail access is important because it just builds better connections within a community. I'm the bike ped coordinator for the state, so we're kind of just about building connections, kind of what Jenny was saying. So, yeah.
Brenda Moss, I live visit Southeast Montana, so I represent the area from Yellowstone County, which is where Billings is, on Golden Valley, all the way east to the South Dakota border up to Weebo County at the North Dakota border. So 13 counties and the Crow and Northern Cheyenne Indian reservations. I live in Billings, but do travel that region extensively throughout the year. I've been with STAC approximately 1 week longer than Tom. So Jenny and I we're rookies together. And I'm going to answer the last question, both personally and professionally. Personally, they're important to me. Everything anybody said before. At the same time, where I live, Billings, for almost 20 years, we have more trails than we used to. But it was a big culture shock to move here from the Midwest, where there are a lot of trails in communities, and that really builds a lifestyle of activity, and particularly on old railroad right-of-ways, and a lot more bike trails that are interconnecting. You can go from Minneapolis-St. Paul to the Canadian border on a trail. So, and that's snowmobile multi-use trail. So I think that there's opportunities professionally. It's super important. I wear my tourism hat, and I like to say visitors instead of tourists, but in the Montana brand study, we know that hiking is one of the top desired activities, other than Yellowstone and Glacier, which of course people go there to hike, and eating out and scenic drives. Those are the top 5 activities that people want to do when they come to Montana. So I feel strongly, of course, that our existing trails are great, but we need more of them, particularly in the plains. You're not going to hear me back down from that one, right? I'm the advocate.
I'm Mark Smolin. I'm from Big Fork, Montana, and I think this is my 4th year, I guess. I'm in my 2nd term on the STAC. I really enjoyed learning how trails get built, how the money flows, how this all happens. I think it's an amazing process. I think we have a great staff that helps a lot of small groups have access to money that they and learn how to use the money. And I think that that's phenomenal. Why things are important to me, I moved to Montana 7 years ago, primarily for winter sports, believe it or not. I grew up snowmobiling. I learned how, then I came to Montana and learned how to mountain snowmobile, which was a whole nother world that opened my eyes and took me into places I never thought I could see in the wintertime. And I wish I could take everybody into some of these backcountry places in the winter, because all we leave are tracks that melt. And but without those trails, we can't get to those other areas. So that's why those are really important to me. Since then, I just got an e-bike. I tore my PCL, and honestly, I couldn't bicycle without an e-bike anymore. But it is, and so I am very interested in also seeing multi-use trails moving forward. I think, I just really think we need to promote multi-use trails. That's when I see the snowmobile trails that are open to everybody from dog sledders to snowshoers to cross-country skiers to the motorized group. Those trails get more heavily used, almost than anything. So that's my little soapbox for what I like to see moving forward is multi-use trails.
My name's Stephanie Clement. I work with FTP as the new Recreational Trails Program Grant Manager. I've been here just since May, but I've been living in Helena for about three and a half years. Trail access importance. Well, in addition to lifestyle, health, and getting people out, I do think there's something to be said about having the access to the outdoors makes folks more aware of the environment around them and more awareness of like conservation needs and how we can be better land stewards in general. And I do think creating that access provides an education and a portal for education for those other important aspects of our community. So yeah.
I'm Stephanie Brown. I am also new with the agency. I have been here for about 10 weeks. I'm the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau Chief. And trails are important to me. Pretty much everyone has said everything. But really, to me, it's about health and relationships and how access can help to improve all different types of relationships with ourselves, people that we care about, the environment, and also improve our health along the way and the health of our everything around us.
Ken, we can either let you get settled or jump to Zoom. Do you want us to jump to Zoom, or do you want to go hot off the spot with an intro here?
I'll go off the spot. So
Beautiful.
party again. Kent Welder, I'm the Deputy Director for Recreation, Minerals, Lands, Heritage, Wilderness in Region 1 of the Forest Service. And still kind of filling in this trail program. Yet, so had to do a little bit of double duty right now. So thanks for being there.
And why is trail access important to your community? That's the hot seat question.
Oh, why is trail? Well, so from the agency perspective, we manage about 25 million acres in Region 1. Much of that's in Montana. And so obviously we want to provide access for a lot of different users across the landscape. So it's important for us to provide that access for motorized, non-motorized, winter, summer, the whole thing.
Great. Should I pass? Thank you. That was okay. Wonderful. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing real quick the slideshow and just allow everyone to see the gallery. Robert, we'll start with you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, my name is Robert Long. I live in Polson, have since '92. Grew up in Missoula before that. And I can't add to anything really that's been said by Tom and everybody else about trails. To me, it's self-evident that they're one of the greatest things we can have. I guess I'd quibble a little bit with Mark. I'd say I'm greedy. I want trails for everybody and maybe specialized trails for everybody, not necessarily shared trails. we don't have to compromise. We can all have trails. And I hope everybody's had a good summer. I know I have. I like to mountain bike, and so this is my season, and I'm enjoying it the most I can.
Great, thank you. Julie, over to you.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I'm Julie Riley. I live in southeastern Montana. My husband ranches near here. I work as an extension agent here in Broadus. I've been with Stack just since this spring. And I like Tom's idea of creating a sense of place as to why we love trails, and also Beth's to have convenient access for all abilities. I think people do need access to the outdoors. I like it for both physical and mental health, but I think sometimes my community members, I don't know if we don't understand the importance of having it in our local community. I think they appreciate in other places, but it's a struggle trying to pull everybody along about the importance of creating trails and connectivity in our community. Oops.
Thank you, Julie. Christy, over to you.
Hi, I'm Christy Drake. I'm from Billings, and I am the executive director of Billings TrailNet. We provide funds for trail building for multi-use trails, and I'm also on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for the City of Billings. I'm actually Zooming from Seattle. My daughter just bought a house here, and a conversation that we had with a neighbor we just met this morning really just says it all. She's retired, and she said, oh, if you want to go walking, there are some great walking trails 15 minutes away in this wonderful, you have to drive there, but this wonderful new neighborhood that's just been built, and they've got all these great walking trails. And to me, having to drive to just walk in a pleasant way is just, that is such a barrier to just recreating just out your back door. And I know that now that I've moved to a different part of Billings, we live off of Rimrock. And if anybody knows Billings, Rimrock is a pretty busy arterial. And I walk so much less now than I used to when I lived next to a trail. So I think that the urban trails are just the first, they're the first step, pun intended, in further recreation, whether it's biking, hiking, all of the other things that, we love to do in Montana.
Thank you, Christy. Over to you, Brad. Can't hear you. There you go.
How about now?
Yes.
Can you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Brad Colin. I am I'm with the Bureau of Land Management. I'm filling in for Brian Smith, who's the normal Stack member. Unfortunately, Brian is having some medical issues that he's working through right now. I was on the Stack about 10 years ago between Chris Miller and Brian coming on board. So I'm just circling back around to help again. I am a permanent member of the OVAC as well. So I have kind of a unique position in the BLM. I am an outdoor recreation planner first and foremost for the Butte Field Office. I'm also the Trails and Travel Management Program lead for the state of Montana and the Dakotas, both north and south. And then the third part of my position is I am BLM's national subject matter expert for motorized recreation. I have a lot of the similar thoughts that have been said already about why trails are important. Certainly in my community, Butte, there's a large diversity of folks who want to have all kinds of experiences on trails, whether it's motorized or non-motorized. So I think providing those opportunities is really important. And essentially those same principles apply to my personal life. I recreate whenever I can. So I not only do it professionally, I do it personally as well. So obviously the value of trails is significant, and Beth brings up the health part of it as well. So all those things are key, I think.
Thank you, Brad. Alice.
I don't have really great coverage, so that's why I keep turning my video off. But I'm Alice Santos, and I'm in Helena, representing the non-motorized section for the stack. I think I would agree with everyone else with the mental and physical aspects. One of the things that I have found just over the years is it is a way to bring your neighbors and your community together. I mean, and that's one of the things that I love about the access, at least, in the Helena area. When we get out on the trails, you're not looking at people who are involved in one sport. If you do one sport, let's just say you play soccer or you play tennis or you are involved in that, you're only finding people that share that same sport. What I love about access to the outdoors is that we have hikers, we have bikers, we have horseback riders, we have cross-country skiers. Everybody is out there. You're kind of getting to see the community in a very blended, and I love the mixed use way. I don't do a lot of stuff that requires motorized, but I really appreciate the work that they put in on the trail so that I can use those. So I think it's just a really nice way to kind of get the community together, and we can all appreciate sort of the same thing. And we travel around the state, we go check out other trails. It's kind of something that it's pretty easy to find and get on other trails in other communities. So I think just access, around the state is so important. We were just this last weekend in a place I hadn't been before, and now I can't remember it, what it was called, but I remember looking at the sign and saying, I think that there was some funding that went to this bridge. And it's pretty exciting when you're traveling around being able to say, like, okay, I think some funding went to this, and this is a really good thing because we were able to cross this creek because of it. So I really appreciate the program and then all the work that everybody puts in to make this happen. So that's what I got.
Thank you, Alice. And Hope.
Sure thing. Hi, everybody. Glad to be with you today. Move the screen here so it looks like I'm really truly looking at you. My Hope Stockwell, administrator of the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. I have been on the job 1 year minus 2 days. I've been with the stack, so very glad to be here. I've enjoyed this work and have really enjoyed the creation of the new team, the evolving team here for these programs. They're just doing a bang up job, and I hope you see that reflected in the work and the conversations that you have today and tomorrow. My personal connections with trails, the outdoors has always been a refuge for me. Right now I have a 3-year-old, so I'm teaching her to get out on the trails and to interact with nature and being able, we don't get very far, quite honestly, at 3 years old, but we stop and we look at ladybugs and leaf shapes and touch the bark. And while we're not going very far when she's with us, it's still really important for me to get her out, sort of groom that next generation of stewards for these places. But then also, as I said, the outdoors has been a refuge for me. So literally that mental health component, it's been so important. The trail system in Helena, we have great trail system here in the South Hills. When we lost a baby before our 3-year-old, my husband and I literally, in the dead of January, were out on the icy trails in the South Hills, literally forcing ourselves to put one foot in front of the other to heal and keep moving forward in life in that time of heavy grief and loss. And so I'm very serious when I talk about the importance of the trail system to mental health and restoration for folks. And so I'm all on board with that. Thanks very much. I've enjoyed listening to your reasons as well.
Thanks, Hope. And I'm going to reshare the slides. Jen Hersom's also on the call, but I know she's monitoring other things. She runs and helps our administrative workings, and so a lot works through Jen. So you've seen her name before, but I know that she's monitoring other things. So I'm going to share back the screen. And yeah, so just going into what we're going to cover for the rest of the day, we're just going to briefly cover some of the new staff again. We'll go over the Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division's vision and goals. We'll talk a little bit about how we're trying to improve communication for trail funding opportunities to better target stakeholders and better allow them to access information that's relevant to their user groups or to what their project specifics are. And then we'll also go on grant program eligibility between specifically trail stewardship, the new program that was set up of Senate Bill 24 back in 2019, and then the recreational trails program, which has been the long-standing federal subgrant program. And so we're working to kind of clarify what eligibility is and also talk about why those eligibilities are different. And now I will hand it over to Stephanie Brown.
Thanks everyone for being here today. Again, my name is Stephanie Brown and I'm hoping everybody can hear okay. Like I mentioned, I'm new to the agency, as is Tom and Stephanie. I get to oversee and work closely with Tom with the Trail Stewardship Program, Seth MacArthur, who oversees all of our off-highway programs, and also our access and landowner relations group. So they're overseeing all of our block management. And then I'm also working closely with our newest staff member. His name is Sam, and he's Samuel Hoggett, and he's overseeing our shooting range development program, which is a new program here in the state. So he's working to get that off the ground. To say that as we're all new, we're all busy, we're all learning, it's probably an understatement, but we're having a really good time along the way and really excited about some of the new work that we're doing and bringing to the state. I guess we can move right in here to Parks and Outdoor Recreation Division. As you know, we've gone through a reorg here in the organization. We have the same mission, different approach. Our priority is really on creating efficiencies and consistency throughout this division to really benefit the health of the people that we get to work with, our resources, and our economies. So I can go down through each of these quickly, but really working to create efficiencies and consistency in the people that we get to serve, engaging youth and families, and providing a safe environment for our visitors and our staff. So really recognizing our staff and the work that they do so that they can also lead a healthy life outside of the work that we're striving to accomplish. Focusing on our resources, conserving and protecting existing resources, and also working to conserve, train, and support our staff to improve retention through adequate staffing, competitive pay, and purpose in the work that we do. And also focusing on the health of economies. So through recreation, and I think that we all touched on this when we shared our why, through recreation endeavors, whether it's on trails or getting outside in other ways, we're all contributing positively to our economy some way. So our work is really focused on that as well. Trail funding opportunities, as I mentioned, and as we're all here for the RTP program and the TSP program, Tom and Stephanie. But we also have Seth MacArthur, who oversees our OHV programs, our summer motorized trail pass program, and our snowmobile program. So the state's really looking broadly at all of the different types of trail programs that we can offer to those that live, work, and play.
And so just to rehash the grants webpage, both Stephanie Brown and Stephanie Clement and I, as well as Seth MacArthur, have been figuring out ways to direct stakeholders that when we find out of interested parties who are potential applicants, how can we get them to the resources they need quickly as possible with the least amount of clicks. So once the new webpage rolls out, I think it'll cut clicks in half, so that's good. And I think it'll clearly articulate to potential grantees, if this is what you're looking for, this is the program for you. And right now, leading up to this point, they might have had to do a little bit more research. And so we're trying to make it as intuitive as possible and remove any barriers to entry or remove any confusion, so that if folks know that we really really have a project and we need to purchase this equipment. Okay, recreational trails program is our grant program, and there's no question about it. It says it right here on the site. And then it leads them right into the timeline and processing of what it's going to involve. And then allows them to access technical assistance documents that'll make their application process a little more streamlined. And so this will also help as all program managers are out in the field doing more in-person targeted outreach. And we're with the website also just building posters and flyers that can be left at Chamber of Commerce buildings, that can be left in coffee shops. And that will then have a QR code where folks, if they say, oh, this makes sense, this is something that such and such organization should need, they can get right on the website right away and then have the resource to either use themselves or to share with others. And so we're really just trying to get people to the information faster, and also reduce the amount of inquiries we get to say, hey, I hear there's a grant program, but I'm not sure which one's for me. So ideally, by improving these communications, we can reduce kind of those smaller individual communications, which ends up eating a lot of staff time and a lot of program resources. So are there any questions about that, about the trail funding opportunities becoming kind of a package that we're selling and the way in which we're doing it?
What's the timeline for the rollout of the new page?
By the end of September. So in a month, it'll most definitely be ready for the pre-application solicitation. It could be ready in 2 weeks, but we'll just say the end of September. But it's the scaffolding of it is up and most of the sheetrock is up, and now we just got to finish it.
You also mentioned outreach. What is there a timeline for that? It sounds like something, is this new, the outreach part?
The outreach is kind of rolling as it goes. Once we do get printed materials, Stephanie and I will be able to go out to certain communities. And so for trail stewardship, yes, I've targeted the High Line and Eastern Montana as areas where we need to inform folks more about these opportunities, and we need to conjure up a few more applications, because as you'll see tomorrow when we kind of go through the stats of who's been applying and who hasn't, it's very clear there's certain regions of the state and populations within those regions that we need to get in touch with, and so right now we have a loose outreach plan, and it will just continue to build.
Awesome. Thank you.
Tom, is the actual, this is the information surrounding these programs, is the actual web application, are you guys shifting that to a new platform or staying with that? And if I'm jumping ahead,
Yeah. I'll hand that one over to Stephanie.
Stephanie, if I'm jumping ahead.
Stephanie Brown.
No, it's okay. Yeah, Stephanie Brown. We will be switching over to a new grant platform. I expect it's going to take anywhere from probably 12 to 18 months for it to be finalized. And it's really an endeavor that we're just beginning to start now.
So this year it'll be the same platform that you've used in the past.
I believe so.
Okay.
Might work with a few partners just to test it along the way.
Right, that's the expectation, is that we'll continue using it through June of next year, and then there would be a transition around that time period, hopefully transitioning into the new award cycle with the new system.
Thank you, guys.
And just as a note for Zoom participants, instead of the hand raised option, if you just want to jump in locally, that would be the best way to chime in. I don't think we're not quite able to see the hand raised, just the way that it's set up here on the projector. So please feel free to jump in whenever.
And Tom, I guess I'll just pitch in. So that's for folks on the committee. We do have a formal public comment period at the end of the day for anyone attending the webinar. And I see we have a couple of folks. So we'll ask for general public comment and folks to raise their hands at that time during the public comment period, just as an FYI to everyone.
Great. Yes, and that'll be at 4:45. Okay, so moving on, now we're kind of moving into some more program specific details. And this is, we have these slides. There's also a table within the stack packet to reference. So yes, really when you're looking at, and today for the meeting here on out, the two programs of concern will be the Trail Stewardship Grant Program and then the Recreational Trail Program. So that's TSP and Rtp. And Stephanie, Clement and I have been working together to better communicate who's eligible and who isn't eligible for these grant programs. And then what projects are eligible because there is some differences. So when it comes to eligible entities, they're very much the same, if not identical, as you can see. So local governments, tribal governments, state and federal agencies, recreation clubs and organizations, usually under nonprofit status, and also school districts. And so working to build our outreach is really based on these eligible entities. And right now, tribal governments and school districts, we don't have a lot of applications from them. So some of this targeted outreach for this upcoming cycle and all future cycles will kind of be to start making contact and start informing them of the trail funding opportunities that are out there and working on how these trail funding opportunities can fit their place-based needs and start building those relationships and partnerships together. So any questions on eligible entities at all?
I have a quick question maybe for Shelby about maybe an update on the Safe Routes to Schools program. And when I hear that there will be some additional outreach with school districts in particular, oftentimes they will try to apply to Safe Routes to Schools program or one of the MDT transportation enhancements program. So just curious if you have any recent update as far as an upcoming grant cycle or things like that, that there could be some additional coordination between TSP, RTP, as well as the MDT grant programs.
Yeah, so Safe Routes to School, kind of leaving that up to cities themselves. MDT is not really hands-on at this point with that, as well as like TAP and stuff. We're still doing that. I'm not certain on cycles or any changes to cycles coming up. I don't think there's any changes, but yeah, Safe Routes to School is more like Billings right now. They just released an elementary Safe Routes to School update and we provided comment on that. And I think they're working on high school now. So it's more city / MPO specific areas dealing with it.
Does money come right to the MPO then? Money comes right to the MPO.
So
Does it channel through MDT anymore?
I am not 100% certain on that. I am more than happy to go ahead and get that question and email you an answer later. But I want to say yes, because I'm definitely not funneling money anywhere, and I don't know who would be our Safe Routes to School liaison. I don't think we have one.
I don't know if everybody can hear or not.
Yeah,
I talk softly.
is folks online hear everything in the room? Okay.
I think,
I'll take silence as a yes.
yeah, that brings up a good point. Though, that transportation, it used to be enhancements, now it's alternatives program. And with the new money out of the feds, I'm just wondering how much is going to Montana and the TAP program.
I don't have solid answers for that. I can get that to you. I know, are you talking about the bipartisan bill? Or are you talking
what?
about the bipartisan bill, or are you talking about? Yeah,
Yeah, the new money. And
Yeah.
I mean, I know the traditional TAP program.
yeah. We're all kind of like, we're expecting this much to come from multimodal or modal stuff. So we're still kind of, what are we gonna do with it?
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, but I can 100% get back to you guys on that. Just I'll give you my email or you can have mine. And
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, maybe you could do an update to the committee just on, because I think that we want to play nicely in the sandbox with MDT, obviously complement each other, making sure we're not duplicating, we're emphasizing connectivity and that, so, yeah, it's great to have you here, we didn't mean to put you on the
Yeah,
spot.
I know, yeah, no, I appreciate you answering the questions
We know
for
you're only
sure.
4 months into the job and
Right.
you're figuring it all out, but
Yeah, having that additional coordination with other grant programs that might be eligible, even though they're not in our agency, I think is a really good opportunity for us to coordinate.
yeah.
So if everybody can try to speak up a little. Quieter. And I think that also goes to really what we're trying to do with the trail fundings opportunity on the webpage. Because we could address specifically school districts and say, here are the projects that fit best with school districts according to Trail Stewardship Program. If you are looking for information on safe ways to school, and then we can provide a link to
Yes.
MDT's work, and then the money for safe ways to school can be used from a different pot, and then school districts can be aligning kind of with some of the funding opportunities that we want to, or funding priorities that we'll soon be working through as a group to identify and to start listing out.
So just for my own education, so is the Safe Ways to School, is that a different program?
Yeah.
So, okay, because I remember East Helena schools came to us for, I think it was an RTP grant 2 years ago. And the question came up saying, but aren't sidewalks required so many distance from, and MDT spoke up and said, yes, they are, they'll be paid for. And it was like, okay, so we don't need to pay for this. So that's where I'm just trying to keep all of that kind of stuff in my head. And
That's a perfect example of exactly why I bring that up, because not only in our own state agency, trying to have our coordination between our various grant programs and eligibility, but also thinking about like a Safe Routes to School type project where, especially for school districts, oftentimes they don't have the typical recreational trail around the school, but they might have some type of sidewalk connectivity need that they would actually be more eligible through MDT's Safe Routes to School program or Transportation Alternatives program than say RTP or Trail Stewardship. So just trying to have that coordination and be the best source for each of those communities as they're thinking about their community goals. Yeah.
Historically, Safe Routes to School also provided money for education. So I don't know if it does if the MPOs are running it, but I would think that that's part of. So when people want to do things like education, and they can't, they're not eligible for that through this grant or RTP, I could send them to the city to look at Safe Routes to School money for education.
so they could build an interpretative trail or something like that.
Or
for
or
education.
I'm thinking more like
Like safety.
bike bus, what do they call them?
Like
Where you bike in groups, you know, and the parents teach the kids how to safely bike in groups and bike chain and educational flyers and things like that. Or stopping at stoplights.
And kind of building this portfolio of project options is something that will be able to be easier for us to do as we coordinate more with MDT and DNRC and talking about, there's some confusion over shared use path from our applicants. Let's make sure that, sidewalks remain sidewalks and they're funded through the appropriate means. And then we're funding what a shared use and multi-use path is based on our technical definition, but also what we share as an agency and as an advisory committee and what our stakeholders understand. And if we need to do more communication towards that, this is when we figure it out and kind of line up, getting people to the right program. So money's used the way, to its best ability. Well, then getting into project areas, Yeah, there's a difference here. As you can see, there's a shared, so everything within the trail stewardship program, new trail and shared use path construction, rehabilitation and maintenance projects, and trail side and trailhead facilities, those are all cross program. RTP then expands, as you can see with line item 3, 4, and 5, with the purchase and lease of equipment, the acquisition and easements of title property, and the development of publications and education programs. So there's, in terms of program areas, RTP has a bigger scope in terms of what applicants can be, what projects can be applied for. I'll open that up for any questions before we move on to the next item. Okay, great. Then there's some differences just in terms of max award, 75 to 100,000, the difference between TSP and RTP. And then the program match, it's only 10% for trail stewardship, and it's 20% with rec trails. And that 10% trail stewardship was a way when the program was designed prior to my involvement and many of our involvements, moving that match down to 10% was a way to make it easier for certain organizations that have capacity limitations to figure out a way to just match 10% as opposed to 20, which from what we've heard anecdotally is grantees who have been awarded really appreciate that and are really attracted to that match being a little easier for them to arrive at. And then I will hand it over to Stephanie to go over these next two because they're more involved in the recreational trail side.
Yeah, so the next one we have is just grantee administration or indirect costs. For TSP, there's an amount that each grantee can ask for their administrative side of the grant. For RTP, it's all rolled up into a indirect cost rate that they can request via a few different ways, whether it's a federally approved IDC or indirect cost rate, a negotiated cost rate, or a de minimis rate, which can only be used up to the first $25,000 of an RTP agreement, and that's just a guideline as far as RTP is concerned. That's kind of where those things come from. Anyone can get a de minimis rate, so if they don't have a federally approved rate, they can't get that 10%. It's just limited to how far that will go. So those are some big differences in just what folks can ask for as far as that admin or indirect costs. And then for other award requirements, as you can see, TSP pretty blank. RTP, because it is federally funded, they tend to have a few other additional things attached. We have the SAM and the subrecipient monitoring that happens every year. They have to fill out like a survey that talks about how much federal funding that they've received, and if they've reached a certain point, then we have to review their previous audits, things like that. Claims have to be submitted every 8 months, otherwise their grant will go into default. We have to comply with Buy America when it comes to all equipment. And we of course have to follow all the state procurement processes for services and goods. That falls in line with a lot of our contracting type projects. There's a lot of procurement stuff that comes up. So those are the big things. It sounds like TSP a little bit more lax on that side of things. So any questions?
Can you refresh me, what does SAM stand for?
Yeah, good question. But it's basically your registered.
It's the federal system for award management.
Yeah.
So you plug in your checking account information, and so when the money is released, it goes directly to your checking account.
It's something that's free to do today.
Is the TSP program, does it allow subrecipients?
And how would?
I've been getting the question from different groups across the state saying, could we apply for a grant and then give the money to different like snowmobile clubs to use for their grooming or something? Could the Montana Snowmobile Association, apply for a grant and then help the local clubs out, the smaller clubs that kind of fall under that minimum number for grant award numbers?
I don't know that, I think so one thing that we're trying to encourage for this upcoming cycle for trail stewardship is to encourage partnerships and to say that, and in this way, like a high capacity organization can kind of take the lead and take the reins. And then in the grant contract, it's very clear that organization X, Y, and Z are all signed on letter of support to the grant application, to the project. They're aware of what the project is involved in, and the higher capacity organization would be signing the contract and taking it on, but they would be, I guess, in my mind, we would want to, the language that we would emphasize is that they're partners less than sub-recipients. But if the one organization out of the four only has an accounting division, they would be kind of taking that role and working it that way. So that's, I think, how we would approach it. So the long answer is yes. But that.
Is that for both or just, I was specifically asking about TSB to start with, but
yeah,
I'm not sure if RTP would allow or not either.
So I would have to do a lot more research into that. I do recall having a brief conversation with either Federal Hires or FACB, and it was leaning towards they don't like that because we're already a sub-recipient program. Right. We're already the recipient of RTP and then we sub-recipient of. Right. So I don't think they like that as much, although I don't have a hard match either.
And would indirect costs affect that if the Montana Snowmobile Association took indirect costs off of that before they filtered more money down that might too. If they're taking an admin fee off the top.
Yeah, normally they don't, or they would eat that, but they, yeah, I'm just, like I said, I've been getting the question. So I'm like, I don't know what I'll ask.
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. We have dealt with it for sure in RTP, especially in the past. Where we used to allow for that, essentially like a third party recipient, a sub grantee to the grantee, but just as Stephanie has already said, we are already considered the sub grantee as Fish and Wildlife and Parks, since Federal Highway Administration is actually the grant administrator to us. So RTP, most likely that will not ever be allowed, probably. It's really difficult from an accounting perspective of just trying to get all those organizations under that main grantee to make sure of all the paperwork and documentation. That's where you really do just have to be tracking all of that. And then yes, the indirect costs, and depending on how that's set up, there's so many ways they can do that. So that could get really complicated.
I mean, it's strange though, in that, like even today, we have grantees that, let's say the Little Belt Snowmobile Club gets a grant for trail brushing, and they're hiring a subcontractor to do the brushing. And, they're kind of the end, they're not the end user of the money. They're just the, so I mean, it's happening, but I'm just trying to figure out, where to sit this.
Well, and we used to do a lot of tri-party agreements, especially in RTP, where the Forest Service might be the applicant, but then a nonprofit organization is actually the ones that are really kind of doing the actual on the ground work. And so.
But that was just like you said, a tri-party.
Tri-party.
It wasn't multiple.
That's right. Yep. The best example I can think of, you bring up Montana Snowmobile Association, that could be an example, or Backcountry Horsemen is who we used to do this a lot with, which we're actually looking back into. Could we consider a Backcountry Horseman type setup where the statewide Backcountry Horseman chapter applies for a large grant is how we used to do it. And then they sub-grant out to various state chapters or smaller chapters. Because they don't have the resources or the means or the match ability oftentimes. So that worked out really well. And I can see it more eligible through TSP because we're the grantee. Or we're the grantor, I mean.
Right,
The
right.
state agency is the grantor
So
and
you're
it's a
not
direct
subset of the
award.
federal.
Yeah, yeah. So TSP, I can see it being much more eligible. But I do think we should check with accounting and just make sure from a contract perspective and documentation perspective that we have everything lined up for, okay, this is documentation required, so.
That brings up a follow-up question. There are a lot of folks that apply for a grant. I know we do. And then all or part of that goes out under a contract. You do part or all of that. And that I think that's still allowed, right? I mean, again, it's not multiple entities that we're spreading the money to. It's really a contract.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, that's different.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Then we're still the key party, or the entity getting the grant is the key
You're
party.
responsible
We're
entity.
Yeah, we're the responsible.
I think as long as you still have a responsible entity that's got an accounting department that, can be audited.
Yep. But you bring up a really valid question because especially as we think about trying to do additional outreach to especially small town Montana. I mean, I have gone throughout eastern Montana trying to get more applicants and they just don't even have an accounting department
Their plate is full.
or the working capital to expend $50,000 and then seek reimbursement. How do they get that done without having a grant organization that can do that and have the upfront working capital, so, and the match. So you bring up a really valid point. Yeah.
And just to provide some additional background, really part of why we wanted to make a point about listing out this table and showing the differences is because trail stewardship, when it was started and implemented in 2019, it was for the sake and ease of implementation, it was copied a lot off of RTP. For the sake of that's a program that's running and has everything set up. And so now we're trying to kind of clarify, for the sake of implementation, a lot was crossed over. There are some technical requirements that have never been crossed over, but now is the time to make clear what is in and what is out. And then to this partnership building and sub-grant recipient, I think with the outreach that goes on this cycle is really to get more applications out. And I think a year from now, we'll be talking more about how we're building a network of organizations in Southeast Montana so that they're in connection, so that if one person has this capacity or one organization has this, and another organization can fill in the gaps that they're lacking, then we're working with them to build a group application that's also building a network that's there long after the project and long after the funding's done. So are there any questions on Zoom just before we move on? Anything about this?
Yeah, I do have a question. When we're talking about grant eligibility limitations, I'm sure we all got that message from Bob Walker. And I just would you like to address that at this time?
I think I'll give that to Hope.
I'm sorry.
Certainly. Yep. Sorry, Christy. Tom pitched it to me. So in regard to the comments provided by Mr. Walker, and you're referring to his concern about the interpretation of the statute, Christy, I just want to make sure I'm fully tracking here.
Yeah, that's correct. He says this documents provided by FWP, including draft applications and draft ranking and scoring rubrics, are well done and include much careful thought, blah, blah, blah. My concern involves content of the memo titled Trail Grant Eligibility Limitations in SB 24. Yeah, and then now I'm not seeing where he had, I remember him talking about being on that committee and having the you know,
He was
the,
part of that legislative process.
yeah,
Mhm.
thank you. Thank you. I'm stumbling over words, but exactly. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, before I say what I'm going to say, let's do this in two parts. Will you just remind everyone of the specific differences? You can say it more clearly than I can.
Yes, so the initial memo we're referring is page 5 of your stack packet. And then here back on the slide that we were once on, the big eligibilities, like we said, nothing, entities are all the same, but eligible project areas are really where it differs. And the purchase and lease of equipment is not within the eligibility of trail stewardship. And that's based on the interpretation of Senate Bill 24, the writing there. And then the acquisition of easements is not addressed in Senate Bill 24, but I don't think Bob Walker was I think was primarily concerned with the purchase of equipment, and then also the interpretation of trail side and trail head facilities. Whereas, so what we're saying with trail stewardship right now is that trail side and trail head facilities, they need to be proximate either in the trail corridor at the trail head. But for instance, if a organization wanted to build a snowmobile shed or a groomer shed that was outside of the trailhead or beyond the definition of trail side, it would be ineligible. And so it's very proximate to the trail corridor. And those are really the two components that differentiate in terms of project eligibility based on what we've been running off for 2 cycles now.
So he had suggested that the law reads trail side and trailhead facilities, including but not limited to bridges, fencing, parking, bathrooms, blah, blah, blah. So but not limited to was left out.
Right. And so this goes back to our legal interpretation, having our legal division look at the language. And, Bob talks about in his comment, how he felt that this is more narrow than what the intent was with Senate Bill 24. And he mentioned that I was part of that bill drafting process in my old position over at Legislative Services. And I think that what I've learned through this experience is previously with a bill drafting hat on versus now on the implementation side of the street in the executive branch, there are different lenses through which language is looked at and chewed on and considered. And our legal division has advised us that based on their read and considerations and reading the plain language of the law, which is the first standard of any judicial review, that as Tom has explained it, that's the appropriate interpretation at this time. I know that there's consideration about whether folks and stakeholders might want to go back to the legislature and ask for clarification so that it's spelled out more specifically. And we would, you are very much have that right to take that opportunity and find a legislator to assist with that. And so I think that if there's specific concern about the lens through which we're interpreting this, if you want to take that to the legislature to clarify it, that would be the best avenue based on the legal review that we've had in the agency. I've learned a lot about different hats and different lenses. And, there are things as you're sitting there writing a bill draft and language that you don't think about on the implementation side. And so it's a very interesting education I've had since then.
Okay, well, just in honor of Bob, if we could, if there's any way you could send us a reason why it's better the way it is, the interpretation, why that is more beneficial than the original way. I think that he would be maybe more satisfied and we could.
Yeah. And Christy, I don't think the word beneficial though is the right way to look at this issue that we're kind of hung up on in between two different sides of interpretation. When we interpret the law, we're not interpreting it from a beneficial standpoint of what's most beneficial for the opportunity, but more what the plain language says. And, in talking about that, just looking at the statute here, that not limited to language, our attorney, and this is in attorney review and brain, so it's not mine. I don't fully appreciate all the nuance behind how they have to look at the words. But it was talking about the types of facilities listed in subsection 2C of that statute are both general and specific, and they're all in-place amenities incapable of divestment or sale. And so while it's understood that there's frustration with looking at it through that way, the question remains, if the eligibility language was tailored from the RTP program, instead of simply matching it, and now there's frustration that some of it doesn't fit like they would prefer it to, like RTP does, it should be explicitly listed like RTP has it, is the recommendation. And, and that goes back to the difference in a bill drafter brain versus actually implementing it on the ground executive side of the agency. And it's, the way I probably was thinking about it as a bill drafter is entirely different than someone reads it for interpretation. And so and then also to say, me being the bill drafter, it wasn't my intent. That's just literally getting the words on the paper. And so sometimes you can think you've matched the intent expressed, and what you actually get on paper doesn't end up matching. You learn some lessons. We have some other lessons that we've learned and we have to do cleanup bills with, because, the words that were chosen don't end up being the right ones. And, that's something you really only learn once something gets on the ground.
Thank you, Hope. Okay.
Thanks, Hope. Thanks, Christy. Any other questions, Brenda?
Yeah, and I don't know if this comes down to semantics also, but in the packet we have RTP, it says development or maintenance of motorized, non-motorized trails. And does that the word development include organizations that are really just starting to connect the dots? There's no trail, does that include a plan to make a trail? Does the word development include that?
As far as RTP, I don't think it includes the pre-assessment, that kind of design.
Any of the engineering or surveying. So that must all exist and be basically shovel ready, is that correct?
Yeah, so and like moving forward, you'll see in the application, one of the suggested questions in the application is like, where is it referenced that this trail is needed in your community? Or how is it part of your,
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so I don't think this has changed, but typically in RTP, all the design, planning, feasibility studies, any of that type of work down to surveys and everything can be used if it's within 18 months prior to the application date, or actually I think it's the award date, can be used for match with RTP. But the RTP grant can't fund design planning efforts. It's another barrier for sure for a lot of small organizations and communities.
Projects.
Significant. Yeah.
So you're saying it can be used for a match?
It can be used for a match if it's 18 months prior to the award date. I'm pretty sure it's the award.
Is that
But
both
that's just
programs or just-
RTP.
That's just RTP. Yep. Trail stewardship. Don't believe that we have funded any plans or design efforts.
No, I don't think.
Typically development is construction.
And research is not a part of it. Right. And I think, and we'll move into this quickly here is seeing that plan and design already in the application is where they're going to get points to be awarded. I think if someone came asking for that plan, it would be, they would need to put together a really interesting argument as to why, yeah, that should be funded.
So on that revised website, then is that this sort of thing addressed of where to drive that sort of question? When someone has a question, they're not even out here yet, but they should go someplace else. Where do they go?
Ideally, that's when it kind of leads into, yes, the technical assistance resources that we have. And then they can reach out to the Trail Grants program and say, hey, we're not quite ready to apply, but we would really love some advice on how to get the resources together and build a network and an application, because we have this grand idea, but we don't have it in writing yet. And so, you know, that would be something that outside of the grants program within my other duties, in the Access and Landowner Relations Bureau, I would take off the grant manager hat and work in a technical assistance role as recreation and trail specialist.
This is another area of opportunity to work across state agencies to determine eligibility for the planning and design component of a project. Typically, we have routed them to Department of Commerce for some of their grant opportunities. I don't know if there's still eligibility there with commerce grants, but I think it's decreased actually over the years as well. But it's another huge gap.
Yeah. That's where I think there's one project in particular I'm thinking of, and I'm not sure. When you're talking about commerce, I think they have community resources, but when you're talking about connecting across greater landscapes, I think
It's limited.
Yeah. And that's a very.
Yeah, and I was thinking about this on the drive down today in terms of, it seems to me that, and I'm throwing this out as an idea, so you can shoot it down and it won't hurt my feelings. It just seems though that there are a number of certain like tracks for grants. There's, you know, trail maintenance, grooming, brushing, blah, blah, blah. There is trail building, you know, as another one. There is, you know, other things like buildings and trailheads and shelters and things like that. And it just seems like maybe we could have and then there's also like the Forest Service contracting side for, you know, for safety, education, all of those kinds of things as another track. But it seems like we could have, you know, these tracks spelled out as examples and say, this is what you can expect. And, you know, this is where you get started. This is the appropriate program. This is, you know, where to look for additional funds or something like that. And you give people kind of these different tracked, you know, lanes to follow as they, you know, especially when they're new, and they might see the path forward a lot more easily.
And to that, I think part of what this new webpage to our trail funding opportunities site will also eventually, this is probably a 2023 thing, is start providing a portfolio of examples. Say, here's what trail stewardship has funded region by region and project category by project category. And then really based on the final reports that, because trail stewardship is now going to start closing more projects based on that 2021 cycle. Right now, out of the 73 funded projects, 60 plus are still in the works. But once they conclude, we will be able to start building a portfolio that says, if you're looking for a shared use path around town that connects trailheads to downtown, so-and-so, here's an example of a project that was funded in this community. And then they could not only reach out to us, they could not only have that, they could reach out directly to such and such land trust who was funded. And then that'll start to provide people with a little bit of a roadmap to plan themselves and build that into the application.
First year program TSP was 3-year, wasn't it? That up to a 3-year award.
Yes, I think
It's been knocked to 2 years now.
No, we've kept.
Did we keep 3 years?
We've kept it at 3 years, and a lot of that's been supply chain, and a lot of people have had to slow down. And the cost of materials, I think a lot of programs are saying, "Well, I still have this money for 2 years. We're just going to wait because the cost of materials is still relatively high." So we've maintained it at 3. So next fall, I think think next fall, 2023 in October is when that cycle should be closed. Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, any other questions on Zoom before we move on? All right, I think we're moving into break. We're ahead of schedule. So got Kootenai River right there. And so we'll give it 10 minutes and come back at 1:55. All right, we'll come back at 1:55 and I'll put that on the screen here as well.
I've been there,
Right, so you're gonna start back.
Oh,
All right, we're back. Everyone online, we're gonna get going again. Yeah, so at this point, we just want to move into the processes of grant cycle, just to work through that, and then I'll hand it over to Stephanie to talk specifically about RTP. So up here on the screen, we have the side-by-side comparison of the grant cycle process. So starting in October and really starting in September, but specifically in October through December, we'll be doing specific technical assistance trainings, hosting webinars for folks to come on, and we'll record them and post them on the website so folks that miss it. But it'll just talk about, here's the application process, step by step. Here's what we're asking for you, and here's what you can expect. And if folks have any questions, they can pose them at those times. And being able to post those webinars will then allow other applicants, potential applicants, to have those frequently asked questions, if you will, posted and there for their resource. Application period, we've staggered them by 2 weeks. I think last year they were run almost similar, and this year trail stewardship will start 2 weeks later than recreational trails program. And part of this will allow folks to decide whether they want to apply to both or whether they don't, they just want to pick one. And it's just kind of how it's worked out through our offices, that this timing works best for myself and works best for Stephanie. And the review process for trail, this is scoring and review. There'll be an internal FWP team for the trail stewardship, and then the stack does a formal graded review as well, and those are brought together to inform the final list of awardees. With RTP,
Yeah, we'll get into it in a moment, but actually 3 pieces: internal scoring, staff recommendation, which I'll talk and explain a little bit, and then the environmental review. But again, I'll have a slide on it that will get into more detail.
and then with awarded contracts, award meeting for the stack in trail stewardship will be April again. And ideally tomorrow, we'll talk a little bit more about what date in April works so that we can schedule that well in advance and it can be on everyone's calendar and there won't be any conflicts. Because we do want to standardize kind of how we internally schedule these meetings. And then contracts will be out the door in June. And really something that we're trying to do with trail stewardship, just based on the reporting and the reimbursement, it's not as stringent. We're trying to move. We want to get these contracts out earlier so that that money can be awarded in March, signed in May, and then on the ground in June, if not earlier. Right now, contracts are getting out in July, mid-July, and the trail season is halfway done at that point. And so looking into the future, we're trying to move up the application period even earlier than November, so that then we can start getting contracts signed and out the door by May of those years. And that money can be, and then we can start receiving reimbursements 3-4 weeks after the contract's been signed. And so any questions on grant cycle processes? None in the room, any online? Okay, great, then moving on, I'll hand it over to Stephanie.
Hey, Tom, I'm sorry, Stephanie. Brad, did you have something you wanted to say? I saw your light flash.
I did not. I was just messing with my mute. Sorry, Hope.
Nope, that's okay.
Okay, so for the 2023 RTP application, last year with our predecessors, they did kind of an assessment of what the application and review criteria was looking like for the programs. And they provided a really nice overview of looking at other RTP applications, what we were asking, how were those application questions lining up with the review criteria? And they came up with some new application questions. So in your packets, on one of the pages at the top, it should say draft 2023 RTP application, page 6. And I don't know how much detail we want to get into this today, at least because RTPs and TSPs is very similar, and I think Tom has a lot more time allocated to the application tomorrow, and I don't want you to run through every individual question twice. Seems like a lot, but they are very similar, and essentially what we have here is we have this application, and if you flip through to, I believe, starting on page 9, there is this rubric that was also put together, and you'll see they really line up nicely with the question. That's very clear, you know, question 1A, and then there's a rubric line for question 1A and how those should get scored. So that's just a note on some changes moving into 2023. The application has been updated, and it has those correlating rubric sections to go with it. Another change to 2023, this is a discussion within FACB and how we run some recipient programs in general. So just kind of anything running through federal funding is, in the past, we would do a risk assessment after our applicants already got their grant. But they want to move that to the forefront during the application period. So that would actually end up going into their eligibility review, is we would be reviewing their risk assessment form along with that. That just helps also streamline some of the paperwork processes within, so they don't have to hopefully do that every year. Just one of those things we're trying to work on.
I would have thought that would have, it felt like, at least in years past, not last year, because we didn't take part in the scoring, but the stack did take into account the risk assessment years past. We would have Samantha, and she would give us, you know, information like these people have missed this, they haven't done that, and we took that into account when we did that. So
They wonder if she was doing like if they were returning, then we had the risk assessment from the last time,
correct.
which makes a lot of sense, but then we slip.
Right.
And we don't have a risk assessment.
I think it's great. I was just like.
No, that's totally fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is just one way for us internally at least to be like hardlining. This is how we're doing
Yeah,
it.
it's great.
So that's gonna happen with the eligibility review piece. And then that third review process, which is requirement to line up with NEPA and NEPA. So we of course have to make sure that they have all the required documentation in it, it meets those guidelines. And those are also reviewed by federal highways when we go through the eligibility review and then that environmental review as well.
Or exclusions.
Right, yeah. So that's just the general application that we're working with. If you want to flip to the next slide. So then how does like the scoring go? I mentioned earlier, there's like those 3 pieces. There's the eligibility review that happens with the internal committee. And that's just saying, you know, going through those, you know, plain details. What's their risk assessment? Is it an eligible project? Did they complete everything? Are all the environmental documents, you know, available and clear, and what we need from them? Do they have all the landowner provisions in place, things like that? If they don't pass, they don't have all those things, those get knocked out. If they do pass, they will go on to the second phase, and there's 2 pieces here that I want to talk with you guys about. There's the internal scoring, which that rubric I mentioned was what the internal review committee would be following. That's how they will create a score for each RTP application. But the other thing that we discussed internally with FACB is still including the stack in a way to provide that more general comments and technical assistance or another view on today's applications, and then being able to provide a recommend or do not recommend. But you wouldn't provide a scoring, like you would not go through the scoring rubric and provide this application got 100 and this one got 85. It'd be more of a general view. We have some concerns with this one. Generally speaking, we do not recommend that the internal committee fund this one, or we do recommend that the internal committee fund this one. And then those recommendations just get sent to the internal committee. So when we do our final meeting, our final internal meeting, we'll have our scores, we'll have to the staff recommend or did not recommend, and then our final score or final funding decision will come out of that. So that's what we are proposing to the staff. So I think I just want to pause there and open it up for thoughts, comments.
Would the stack have access to the score with the internal from the rubric?
That's a really good question. So I think in some ways, depending on how the timing works out with the staff committee, I don't know if they're still going to be kind of scoring as things go along, but they don't seem to reasonably commit.
I've found it very helpful in the past.
I don't see any reason.
And I would, the only other, the do and do not, it's like, well, it's binary. And, you know, do with reservations or with proposed changes could be a third option, you know, to say, it's like, I have no, you know, it's like, I like the program, but this one area is, you know, it's like fun, because we've done that. We've partially funded lots and lots of different grants. So it's like, all of this is great, but this part should not be funded, you know, kind of thing. So, you know, do with changes or do with, you know, it would be a
part of it is being able to provide those. I have concerns about their project, or I don't understand.
but to not, but to chop them off the knees, because there's one little thing in there for it's you know, over 4 years, I've seen, you know, hundreds of very good projects that we chopped out some piece of it. And I think that's totally fair and, you know, allows them to still get funded for the majority of their project.
You need a yes, but category.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm asking for.
Recommend, accept.
Right, I mean, you know, I just, you know, because if it comes up where all of a sudden, you know, let's just say the entire stack, you know, has that same problem with it, and we all give it a do not, you're gonna chop it out. And it's like, no, it's not what we're asking. So, yeah, you need a do with change or something.
Yeah.
Stephanie, another question, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that we can.
Another question is in the past, I don't rank. I just provide kind of questions if the staff has questions about grants that are kind of fortunate. In the past too, and maybe you'll go into this, but when the staff meets to make the awards, there's a lot of looking and shuffling between mixed, the motorized and non-motorized, and these discussions about some are partially funded, some aren't. I'm just wondering, is that built into this, or I'm reading this last scoring and award decisions?
Yeah.
As that's kind of the final piece.
So the internal committee will be the ones to make those final funding decisions. So your recommendations and comments will come to the internal committee and they will have those, but the internal committee makes that final funding decision if they decide to partially fund this one, or if there needs to be shuffling because there's too many motorized versus non-motorized projects.
So those decisions will be made by the internal committee and won't be engaging the staff.
I don't believe so. I think the stacks involvement is more generally like looking at this one project by itself and saying, do we recommend it, or do we have concerns about it, or other comments?
Well, I will say from a public standpoint, it's been very in the forefront, especially in the last couple of years, as to how much was funded for motorized versus non versus the mixed And at least from my standpoint, I would like when you give me the rubrics and you tell me, how are you scoring this? Is it motorized, non-motorized, or mix? Because at the end of the day, I want to look at the bottom and I want to see the percentage. As a public representative, which is what I feel like I'm here for, representing the public, I feel like we should have that number at the bottom of the page and know how the internal group is scoring this. Are you scoring it as a motorized, a non, or a mix? And that's really important. And if you're scoring it as a mix, what percentage of a mix are you giving it?
Okay, yeah, and then maybe there's room, because we do put out that decision. About that, into that public.
I'd like it prior to the public notice, because it's like public notice, it's kind of like we're done. Yeah, I mean, now it's like I'd be asking you to go back on your word. You know, it's like we're pre-public notice, I think. So
I think it's simple enough to do, especially in preparation for the stack meeting. And you'll have a summary, the spreadsheet that reflects all the applications. Part of the issue with the motorized, non-motorized, diversified categories is we initially take how they self-report.
Right.
So the applicants submit, my project is non-motorized or diversified is the one that's really difficult. And so then it becomes a matter of how much do we check back with that applicant to make sure that they self-reported accurately based on the main purpose and intent of which trail use will most benefit from the project funds. That's according to the RTP actual law and guidelines
Right.
that we have to abide to determine those percentages. Because technically there's really 5 categories, not just 3. Because diversified gets broken down into 3 categories itself. So it gets really nuanced, but I do think that in preparation for that stack meeting, the internal review committee could at least just, here's how they self-reported, but in double checking with applicants, it's actually, this is the main purpose and intent for this trail user group that they're really intending the project funds to most benefit. So that's a way that we could show that on a spreadsheet, which might help the recommendations a little bit too. But by law, you have to do 40, 30, 30.
yeah,
So.
and that was one of the question marks 2 years ago, was the way it was counted. If somebody reported 90-10, they were taking 10% of, essentially, if it was 90-10 motorized to non-motorized, as I understood it after I spoke with the gentleman that used to be in federal.
Oh, Alan Woodmansey?
No, he used to come to our meetings years ago. But anyway, he goes, that's a motorized grant, period. He goes, that's motorized. 90-10, that's motorized. Because it's a majority motorized. He goes, you can't take 10% and give it to non-motorized. And so he goes, that's a motorized grant, pure and simple. But 10% was being counted towards motorized, and that's where the error occurred. And so that's why I'm, such a stickler on the numbers. Like, I want to make sure we're, doing it correctly. So that was it just, it hit us.
So, last April was my first time here. And there was a lot of, I remember Hope and Beth doing, you guys had spreadsheets and you had all these formulas and we had a certain percentage, it had to be funded 100% and all this and that. How is this process? I mean, I think it's going to make it a little bit easier for staff that do recommend, do not recommend, and even the yes, but how is that going to help if we have not enough funds to fund everything? How is that, then how is the advisory committee going to help the internal committee differentiate or discern what we would recommend? what we as a whole recommend. Because there was a lot of.
And that's what we,
moving and
yeah.
Shifting around.
Yeah, we did that a
We
lot
like
in
it
the
easy.
past where we kind of do a little horse trading and say, you know, that group is got, you know, multi-million-dollar war chest already. It's like we could probably just trim them back a little and make these funds available over here. And, you know, it's like nobody will know the difference at that point. And we're able to fund a bigger, you know, group pot, you know, of recipients. And that's what we, you know, I feel like we're losing. And, but, because I just don't know, like you said, Brenda, I don't know what the process is on your side.
Well, and I think
We're not
too, to
privy
be
to-
clear that right now we're speaking of RTP process,
Yes.
not the trail stewardship.
Okay.
Because when we were going through the various spreadsheets, and Hope is the spreadsheet queen, not me. And trying to come up with different formulas and whatnot, that was trail stewardship program, which is different process as far as STAC's involvement. This is RTP.
But we've
Okay.
done that with our.
Yeah.
But I guess my other thought is, what I'm hearing is that you're looking for more applicants, working to do a lot of outreach to have more applications in. So that would lead to a more competitive pool. Is there anticipation that the funds are going to be greater also? And do we have other stipulations like we did on the RTP?
ST.
Other one.
Trail stewardship.
Do we have stipulations like that where we have to have X number funded at a certain percentage or not? Is it just a yes or no?
We do, and I think we're actually gonna close with the slide that's gonna address exactly this. And I think it's an opportunity for us to talk strategically to say, how do we want to fund motorized in TSP? How do we want to fund motorized in RTP? How do we want to fund non-motorized in both? Because out of all the 5 trail grants programs in FWP, RTP and TSP are the only ones non-motorized applicants can apply to. And so talking strategically about where do we want that? So for TSP, it's 30-30 allocation, at least 30 motorized and 30 non. As a group, do we want to strategically identify certain motorized projects doing that 30%? And then would that either align or differ from RTP so that if it is a motorized project that aligns better with the criteria and eligibility of RTP, do we encourage those potential applicants to go to one? And I think, and we'll get to that in a little bit here. So I don't even know where we were.
I think I'm just waiting for
Oh,
comments from the slide.
Anything online?
The hard part for me was, you know, I've been here 4 years, so we did it one way. And it's changing, but I just feel like there's a curtain in front of us now, being proposed. And, you know, with less open, you know, like I said, horse trading to look at all the grant applicants together and, you know, just kind of go, yeah, this, I mean, we came out of the first 3 years that I did this, you know, it was like, you know, you came out feeling really good because you just did it, you know, we had such a nice way of open talking about things. And you know, we looked at all of them together and then we'd circle back and flow through them.
So I think maybe.
Sorry, this is Alice. If I could
Good.
just jump in, because I share the same sentiment at the end of the last meeting, and I know Mark and you and I talked about this briefly, because it was done so differently last year, and I know last year was following what we had done during COVID because none of us really had, you know, we weren't together. It was a very different format. And I do understand that it's an evolving process, but I did come out of last year feeling like we didn't have the discussion that we'd had in other years that would have maybe put things on the table that were taken off the table last year. And I don't really know, besides just jumping in because I felt like that leaving last year, and I've also been here for enough years to know that I think there was a part of the process that was lost, that was valuable, and that was with this discussion and going back and circling back around and, you know, really understanding more about what the grant was and what I don't know how to put it in words, but I am with Mark on something has changed, and last year I did not have the same feeling like that all of the applicants got a fair shake.
All of the applicants in trail stewardship and recreational trails program? Or-
Kind of both, because we went through them in the same fashion. And we hadn't done trail stewardship, what was that, 2 years ago? So that was a newer one. And I don't know, it just didn't have it, the discussion part of it, it was different. So when it was all closed down and done, I think I was waiting like, well, wait, aren't we going to go back and like something felt like it was missing, and it's different, and we've got a different committee. So I know that's part of it, you know, that's the leadership and the people that are on the committee. But I think I'm feeling what Mark is saying, and I'm not sure it's being addressed.
I can try to help, maybe just because I used to sit in Stephanie's shoes for a long time. And gosh, I don't know that there's any perfect program or review process. That aside, we've tried just about every way and method and approach you can think of over the course of the last 2+ decades. And I think what I'm kind of picking up on, and I've definitely felt it in the last couple of years too, is we used to have 2 to 3 day stack meetings that we would literally go through every single project. And we would talk about every project, like kind of in detail. And we had all the advisors and we knew them up and down, every stack member. I mean, it was a face-to-face. And I think part of what's changed is the whole COVID situation. And then all of a sudden we had a short stack Zoom meeting where it's different, right? It's not the same. You don't have that, the amount of time, and maybe people aren't quite as willing to share via a Zoom forum. So that's part of it. And then also just to get down into that project detail and really making sure that everybody's super comfortable on any shifts that might occur. Like I mentioned, it can be much different based on the self-report of what the applicant says, especially in the different motorized, non-motorized, diversified categories, based on what the project is really who they're intending to benefit the most. And that is what we have to always abide to. So that said, I think that we're in a much, much better place. And last year in particular, we didn't even have stack review RTP. And so this is a huge change, I think, in the right direction, where what I'm hearing is stack wants to be involved, and there is so much overlap in the grant applicants and grantees in both programs. And so it's difficult to really assess the trail stewardship applications without looking at the rec trails program applications. Am I catching all of?
You are, because there's quite a few groups that apply to both.
Right.
Yeah.
Or work with both.
And it really helps to know as you're reviewing this, like, well, what are they getting over here? What are they doing over here?
Yeah.
You know, you guys can help, y'all actually last year you did a great job of saying, they're separate, don't worry, they're separate, they can be done. I think it is a step in the right direction, Stephanie. Don't get me wrong. It's like, I just feel like I want to be a bigger part of it as a staff. I think.
Yeah, and we can be as transparent. I mean, I think the other confusing part was
I'm okay
we can only
not going
fund
through the full scoring.
Yeah.
That's totally okay, but I do want to be able to, look through these and say, I think this portion of this grant is not worth funding, or this one, move this up or something.
I would agree with that, because I think if we did have those to look at, where there were a couple where I was like complete opposite opinion, and it would have given us at least the ability to come in with, let's have a quick discussion about this because maybe we would change your mind, or maybe we look at yours and what you have to say changes our mind, and then we're a little bit more meeting in the middle. So
That happened all the time.
yeah, actually there were several of them, and I think that's why when we left, Mark, you and I had this quick conversation that it would have been nice to see those up front, because then I wouldn't have been like, God, I spent all this time reviewing this and reading pages and pages, and it actually didn't matter because these guys thought that. And so I don't have a discussion because I was not prepared to discuss at that level, maybe 1 or 2 or 5. Many of them we all agreed on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I came into this process, I mean, like we said, we used to spend 2-3 days doing this, and we all walked out friends at the end of the day, which was, I mean, the first year I did this, I was just like, wow. I mean, we all agreed on the outcome of every single award, you know, we felt like, man, we did a really good job of fairly awarding the right dollars to the right groups, and we had very plausible reasons why we didn't, you know, award certain groups and things like that. And I think your rubric is awesome. I think it gives you a very defensible, you know, that you need that. You need a defensible score to stand behind at the end of the day when you're saying, well, just the stack didn't like you, so you didn't get fun. That's not good enough. Yeah, you got to have a defensible score. I get that. But, you know, just, you know, there are, you know, key pieces in here, and we're here from all over the state because we know what's in our little, you know, home zone, and we can give you better input.
I agree. I'm gonna, this is Christy, and I'm just gonna add to, last year, I think that I was a little surprised when when there was a little bit of horse trading. I think that comparing or oh well, we awarded this much and this community has a bigger war chest, and that's an assumption because I don't think we know who does have a bigger war chest. I think there's different types of funding in different communities. You know, some of the communities have the resort tax that they can, you know, rely on, and other communities just don't have that. So that's just an example, but I would love to be confident that we have awarded exactly what we awarded based on the application's own merit and not based on, oh, it's a little bit less because we wanted to feel good about, you know, spreading the love a little bit more. And do you know what I mean?
Yes. Just for, I mean, for Stephanie and I weren't here for the last process. So if someone could just bring us up to speed exactly. So this is an increased exposure and review to Rtp applications than it was last year, or proposed review.
Yes.
And so last year, what was the Rtp review process?
We just had the trail stewardship program. We didn't even see, all we knew about RTP is if they had applied for an RTP grant as well. And we were told whether or not they were for the same project or not, different projects by the same entity applying. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so if we back that up though, and you said we need to really know, and I might be taking this wrong, why are we allowing an entity to apply for both?
Because they have different, they're not applying, they're not allowed, I don't believe, to apply for the same exact thing on both. They're allowed, yeah, and then but one would be kicked out, right?
Eventually, yeah, they weren't able to accept on both, but they gave carbon copy applications on both. That happened about 6 or 7 times.
Right. And
I think that adds confusion to the whole process of calling or, you know, awarding. I mean, at some point, yes, I understand entities are, you know, you want to put as many applications in as you possibly can so you can be funded. That increases your chances. But at the same time, I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong, when the state program was created, it wasn't meant to replace or duplicate the federal program, was it? It was meant to be in addition to.
I think it's meant to be able, so the federal program was not able to keep up with demand. So the state program helps the state give out more money.
Yeah.
Do additional work,
Yeah.
additive work. That
But I was under the impression, I thought there was an instruction set someplace saying you cannot apply for the exact same thing on both grants. You can have the same project and apply for,
Different section.
construction of the trail here and the trailhead facilities here. I thought that was part of the instruction set.
That's why they're trying to streamline the
Yeah.
application and eligibility process, so the applicants better know.
I didn't
I
think you
am
could
actually
carve
more
copies.
qualified for RTP. I'm gonna apply there instead of TSP or vice versa. Yeah.
So is it going to be the same this year where you can apply for both, or we're going to do one or the other?
I think that's what we're gonna figure out this afternoon
Oh, okay.
as well as tomorrow. Because I think what happened, now knowing a little bit more about the stacks review involvement and or lack of involvement in RTP, last year was, so no, the carbon copy applications were okay. And then they came in and there was a tag on the TSP application that said, did you apply for both? A number of them slipped through the cracks. So Stephanie and I, when we were awarding, realized that I had still a few folks in my list that had already accepted an RTP grant. So this step in the process will prevent that from happening, and now that will definitely get rid of that confusion.
Awesome.
It then, but then the question that we have the ability to talk about and make a decision on is, do we allow such and such land trust to apply for the exact same project to both RTP and to both TSP? If not, why? And then I think it kind of moves into the larger conversation is, are there certain projects that are better fit to be funded by RTP? Therefore, we tell, if someone says, I really want to apply for both because they just want funding. And so they're gonna apply to as many as possible, which is not to their, that's not their fault. But are there certain project types that are better fit for RTP? And we said, we encourage folks to apply to that program. Are there better project types that are fit to TSP based on some of the smaller or the less requirements and the ease of reporting and reimbursing? And I think these are the strategic conversations that are starting today. And hopefully we could figure a fair amount of them out by November 1st and 15th. But it's potentially also going to be an ongoing conversation.
Yeah. Well, I also know, I mean, we faced the issue on RTP of 30% motorized requirement. All the snowmobile trail grooming, which is a huge chunk of the motorized piece, if they all walk to TSP and leave you with no motorized requirements, you're in a world of hurt. So, you know, you still need them there in some way, shape, or form, at least some. And you know, so TSP is way more, friendly. RTP adds a lot. So any crew that's applying for RTP has to jump through a lot more hoops with SAM and reporting and everything else. So, just that, I'm just bringing up the hard pull fact of, you got 30% requirement for motorized. So that part is, I'd hate to see the day when we lose a bunch of RTP money simply because we didn't have enough motorized.
And I think we are going to get to this topic, but I think we're getting ahead of ourselves just in this second table row.
No, I think I can kind of just close up, just kind of reiterating. So like we said, I mean, we are kind of separating a little bit. Internal committee is doing a numeric scoring, but we do want to bring in the stack to have you review the application, be able to see them, talk about them, provide your recommendations and comments, and then the internal committee will take those back to our final decisions. But a lot of those conversations that you're talking about now can still be had at the stack meeting, and you guys, that's why we want to do that, because we do want your input and all these other facets that like I don't know off the top of my head. So that is us trying to communication. So hopefully we'll see how this year goes. I'm open for a debrief afterwards to say, oh, let's tweak this again. Because, yeah, it's hard to find with the system. So.
I mean, again, I think if we have access to the scoring and, how, where each grant falls, is it motorized, non-motorized, diversified, that helps us understand as we do our reviews to give you better feedback.
For sure. Okay. I think that kind of covers it as far as RTP. Like I said, the questions and rubric are all in here. I just didn't want to go line to line because I would say about like 85–95% of it is.
So I'll just ask a quick question on the questions. Did we pare anything out? Because there was a lot of duplication in the application.
Yeah, I would say this application is pretty widely different from what it was in the past. And it is a lot, like the questions are a lot more specific, and yeah, there was a lot of questions.
Great.
That could be.
This is the outline for what the final is looking like.
And I mean, as far as RTP, like if there's, you notice like actually be questions or still, or other things like that, just let us know.
Cool.
And tomorrow we'll be able to go through kind of the old TSP application and the new. And the new application is similar but shorter to the new RTP as well. Nice.
I think the biggest difference I have is that I have an education exception, but TSP doesn't find it.
Right. Good.
Quick question about support letters, still required, not required? Can they be used year after year if it's a phased project? In RTP.
Our current guidelines say that they're not required, but they can.
So, yeah, like 3 years ago or 2 years, whatever, we brought that up because a lot of clubs were just submitting, chaff. They're rah. But so the decision was made like if there is a group that is providing financial support for match, they should have a letter with their signature stroking and saying, we will be doing this. And that was the kind of the definition, the cut line between do you need it or you don't need it. So if there was a match requirement from some other group in the grant, that we said there should be a, letter of support from that group. Which I think is great.
Yeah, and I think our guidelines talk more about that too. It's a good thing to know for like the trainings that we do, that might be an important topic to cover.
I can't hear very well, but I was just gonna add that I love that there was no need for letters of support, because when we were scoring last year, we could see the different organizations that were involved. So you really could tell just from their involvement, the support that they had. And I don't know about you guys, but when you read support letters or you're trying to get support letters, they're pretty much the same. You people feed the organization verbiage and then they just put their name on it and send it off. I don't know how helpful those are.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of what Stephanie and I talked about just together in brainstorming is getting rid of some of those old formal processes that just add paperwork and that don't really tell you as much about the project or how the project's going to be implemented. It's kind of just putting mission statements on paper, which we can go to websites to read.
I see this very, very differently, and I write a lot of letters of support. In fact, right now it's happening. Tourism grants are due the 15th of September, and I will probably crank out at least a dozen, if not two, between now and then. And I think, and the Department of Commerce is doing, so it's just, this is just for discussion, but on some of their grants, they are saying, particularly I believe on the Eastern Montana Tourism Initiative, to the applicant, you must have a letter of support with an organization stating how they will support this project during this funding period. So for example, Visit Southeast Montana is going to support Acme, the Burger Trail in social media posts. It'll be in our travel guide, very specific. And it's, you'd have to translate that over, but it fed and continues to uplift collaboration across some platform, or not platforms, the channel and the geographic area that might not otherwise be happening, because we really do operate in those silos. I mean, I wouldn't have known about a project in Baker had they not said, oh, well, we need a letter of support. But the onus is on me who's providing it, or the grant organization to say, what exactly are you doing? Not just, oh yeah, that's a great idea, fund them. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for the specifics. How are you supporting them dollar-wise, marketing-wise, in-kind, labor?
That makes sense. We were
What's the
getting
program?
30 letters.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, what's the grant program you're referencing?
It's Montana, it's a Department of Tourism, Office of Tourism.
Okay, and those projects are doing
There's
outreach?
there's multiple ones. There's might be digital marketing, there might be wayfinding signage, there might be I have Acme Museum and we need some infrastructure, new roof. You'll find it on Market MT, well, it's not called Market MT anymore, but you'll find it on Commerce.
Okay.
They're live. Michelle Cushman is a really good contact for that, but they put that in place and you were considered not eligible if you didn't have a letter of support within your area. They made parameters and they made them work for it. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because again, you can operate in your little community, but you have more success when you're together. Okay. So they're kind of forcing that.
Well, I agree. I think that would be a lot more meaningful if you were actually, if the organization writing this letter of support was to actually say how they are supporting and not just putting their name on a form letter.
Well, I'm going to give you a real example. Trail at Makoshika State Park. And it's the Friends of Makoshika that's applying for it. And they would say, okay, if we said you must have a letter of support specifically stating what a partner is going to do, they could come to Visit Southeast Montana, they could go to the Glendive CBB, they could go to the City of Glendive Council and say, we would like a letter of support, but before that, if we get the funds for this project, would you support us in promoting it through whatever channels you can? Will you support us by having Parks and Rec kids use this trail, whatever it is? So it could be something like that. I don't want to make more work for you guys because I know you're doing a lot, but I think that kind of that gentle nudge into, reach out, somebody else. This trail isn't just here; it's here.
Right. Well, I think kind of the way we've addressed, I think the idea of taking out letters of support is because it's been built into the application. So page 13 of the stack packet, there's a new section in the upcoming application for TSPs. And this is stuff we'll deep dive in tomorrow. So instead of having a letter of support, which is an auxiliary kind of appendix to an application, section 6 is the community development section of the application. It says describe the ways in which the project creates new partnerships between trail users, private interests, and public agencies. And that's when all of a sudden a letter of support actually becomes a narrative into the application, which says, here is how this organization, who you might not expect to be involved in this project, is involved in this project, and they have committed this amount of time and they will be implementing these types of services.
Do we know they really are though? I mean, or is that just all in the head of the applicant going, this is a great idea, I think they should, I think if we get this money, they'll do it. Or have they committed to do it? There's two real different things there.
So then maybe finding a way to build in that commitment is part of it. But,
Because that again is forcing that applicant or applying organization to take this idea and, you know,
Make it
reach out.
available. Yeah, make it available.
Yeah, I think that that's really important. And that's just my thought on that.
Well,
Because
and
the whole idea, the collaboration on that.
the one advantage for us from our perspective when folks apply for grants related to our sites and work is if there's a letter of support required, we might get awareness of the proposal before a grant is received and suddenly it's on our plate saying, hey, we got this money for you, let's do this. And we're like, oh, that wasn't necessarily where we were headed. These projects are a little different scenario, but I can see that piece of the point.
So I did just pull up the RTP application guidelines, and this is something I found earlier. But it actually does say if your application references a match commitment, or if your application references any other type of a commitment from another entity, then you must provide a letter or some sort of document stating that.
That's what we changed it to.
Oh, is that? Okay. Well, maybe I don't know.
Oh, no.
How it got there.
I'm cool. You know, 3-4 years ago, it's just, we would get 30+ letters on a bunch of grants that just said, you know, the Little Bell Snowmobile Club is wonderful. They're just such great people. It's like,
We love them.
yeah, exactly. It's like,
Sally's
no,
such a
but that, and then, and the funny part was we turned to the federal guy that was sitting in the room. We said, so what is the requirement? He goes, actually, there is no federal requirement for letters of support at all. And we were like, what? And he goes, no, that was what the state built into this like 30 years ago when they started it. They thought, well, this would be a good idea to ask for letters of support. And it makes perfect sense with what like Brenda's talking about, or when you're dealing with match, but you know, just asking for rah-rah letters.
Right. I think maybe one way you could at least try to get some of those support-based letters in the community development component of the application is maybe even just put a little asterisk, you know, consider uploading support letters to show partner commitments or something like that. So,
or even requesting a signature, like a project partner signature with the application itself, which allows them to then acknowledge. But I think, and these are all details that we can talk further tomorrow, but we'll also kind of be sorting out over time. But really the goal is to make sure that everything submitted in an application is talking about how this project fits the scoring criteria, how this project benefits a community, and how this project will be implemented. And then removing all of the auxiliary content that, for lack of a better phrase, could be just lip service. Which some letters of support are stronger than others. But then the other part is we want the application process to be smooth and intuitive for the applicant. And then we want the review process to be efficient and effective for internal FWB and for STAC as well. And providing the opportunity to remove. So a few of the applications, I didn't review any of them last year, but I did have to go back to reference review. One was 80 pages long, including attachments. That is, in my opinion, just far too much. And so, designing the new application to just condense that to say, what do you want to do? Why do you want to do it? And how are you going to do it? Is really ultimately kind of a lot of what Stephanie talked about, and that's influenced the way that we've tried to expedite. And also, you know, one big thing with an application is and Stephanie and I had this conversation over the past few months, is if someone doesn't get awarded, the way that these new applications are designed, at least they now have a blueprint for what they have to do, and the response that we'll provide them say, you weren't one of the top chosen candidates. If you had shown a little bit more, we would have loved to know more about the project implementation. Really what was lacking was, how are you going to do this? Everything else looked relatively good, and then now they still have a blueprint for a project. They have a project management template. And then we provide them with the information that hopefully next year they could come back and do it. But it's trying to make the application a functional, a document that's yeah, really describing essentially project implementation as much, and letting the support and partnerships fall within that as well.
So Tom, Stephanie, if I'm jumping ahead, so are we gonna go over the rubric
We'll go over that tomorrow.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
For RTP as well, or and my question is,
There's
okay, so let's say there's a section, let's say, I'm gonna use 6A connectivity as an example.
What page, just so everybody can.
That is on page 10.
Okay.
Yeah, so in years past, we had the issue where certain, like trail grooming for snowmobiling fell to the bottom in their overall scores because they didn't score it in certain categories because it doesn't apply to them, and they just didn't get the points. So I'm curious, how can we change that? Or so like you can take a snowmobile trail, like it's up near me where it doesn't really connect anything. It just takes you in and takes you out. Okay, so connectivity is, okay, it connects you to a backcountry area, but does that count as the same as connecting two cities together? I mean, in Wisconsin, and Minnesota, snowmobile trails connect the whole bloody state. You can go from town to town to town, tavern to tavern to tavern. And, it's like that makes sense, but Montana's topography does not lend to connectivity for snowmobile trails. So my question is, are we still penalizing in those areas?
And we will dive deep into this tomorrow, but for TSP specifically, I've condensed those to connectivity, mitigation, and maintenance. So for that project, the connectivity isn't as relevant. They can still score points for mitigation and maintenance. And so it's not just an isolated category of connectivity, which, yeah, we all want connectivity, but it just doesn't fit for certain projects.
Right.
And so to avoid that, the scoring criteria has kind of shifted.
How about RTP? Are you doing the same?
So I believe the questions are the same. I didn't quite organize it that way, but we can go into that tomorrow. And if that feels like the best way to do it, like I don't think.
Okay, I just didn't want to jump ahead on that, but that was one of the big areas where, we couldn't figure out why, and, what was the gal right before you guys?
Michelle,
Yeah, Michelle said, she goes, there's these categories where these clubs just don't score because it doesn't apply to them, so it actually made them fall to the bottom.
I appreciate what Tom just explained there and the approach that Tom and Stephanie have taken here, because combining the connectivity, mitigation, and maintenance all into one category that they will, that response will be scored against, should cover all different types of applicants. So that's really
on the
great
rubric though, it's
change.
still separate, so that's what I'm real concerned.
But in thinking about like,
That's the RTP rubric.
Right.
yeah, and just thinking about, the snowmobile club example will still be able to really hit the maintenance, because they do a ton of maintenance. So, yeah, maybe it won't quite hit on the connectivity piece as much, but the maintenance.
And yeah, and I think, establishing a clearer and more systematic standard of review is really why we're meeting. Love it. And I think all feedback will then go into, because these are all draft. And so all feedback we gather today and tomorrow will allow us to talk about what do we believe the standard of review should be, and why, and then how do we operationalize that? And that's the challenge, but that's why we have such a big group working on it.
Yeah, cool. All right, thank you.
So it's almost 3, and the next, I don't know, do we want to take just a 5-minute break? Folks online, folks in the room? Let's take a 5-minute break and get everything going again right at 3 on the dot.
How long have you been on the job? Nice. You working with Buffalo or Sioux?
I usually do the same thing.
Hey, Tom, just a suggestion to mute your mic during the break.
The T and left.
We'll get going in about 30 seconds, folks online. We're just waiting for everyone to get back in the room. All right, so we will get it going. This will pretty much be our last topic of the day, our last slide of the day until public comment. And these are a few topics we've already touched on. So instead of addressing this tomorrow, it seems like it's relevant and pertinent today, but I think it's coming into really, again, starting the discussions, not making any decisions today, but from my standpoint and Stephanie's standpoint, we're taking this in all as feedback to help kind of inform how we want to strategically pair both programs in the future to complement each other on a number of topics. And so this is based off of, for context, in the stack packet, page 3, that Trail Funding's Opportunities memo. That kind of gives you the overview and program specifics, and then moves into the motorized and non-motorized program elements. So to just kind of walk through these 4 questions as a prompt to start discussion, and to kind of help us start figuring out, as these programs grow, ideally as funding continues to grow, how do we want to strategically start allocating this funding so that it's, you know, representatively benefiting trail use across the state for communities and for user groups. And so just to read off the board here, how do we want the motorized and non-motorized components of each program to complement each other? So we have 5 programs as lined out in that memo. And all 5 grant programs are eligible to motorized applicants, while non-motorized eligible applicants are only eligible for RTP and trail stewardship. Trail stewardship operates on a 30-30 allocation, minimum 30 to non-motorized, minimum 30 to motorized. RTP, is that a 40-30-30? Which is okay. So very similar there. And I think just really opening it up for either specific comments or just broad strokes. You know, how do we want RTP, TSP, the OHV program, the snowmobile program, and the summer motorized trail pass? Just to get the ball rolling, how might we work to start allowing them to complement each other? I know we don't want to, we talked about, well, if we direct a certain user group to just RTP, then TSP won't be able to hit its 30-30 allocation. So that's something to consider. But it's also, you know, what else is out there to bring more of certain applications to one program and to guide certain applications to another program.
So before we start this, is there a reason that the RTP and the TSP cycle runs concurrently? Is that intentional?
I think-
Efficient? Creates more confusion?
Everybody's looking at me. Okay, I'll start. Not confused. Part of it's the seasonality factor. And so we have tried to line up the application timeline to be able to then award spring at the latest early summer timeframe in order to make sure to provide for that construction and development season in the summertime and fall. And then, of course, in RTP, we have the 8-month expenditure timeline to always account for. So that's been a major change in that program in the last few years that a lot of grantees definitely struggle with. But winter has just traditionally been the easiest time for the applicants to actually apply to the grant programs. I would look to Kent, Brad, any other folks in the room that, you know, have been around for a while here and can just speak on behalf of maybe some of their applicants, the BLM and Forest Service, even of why that is convenient. And there's also the fiscal year aspect as well to consider. But by no means, it doesn't have to be that way. We used to, it always ran on July 1st was the application deadline for RTP. Trail stewardship, I think we just sort of copied a lot of RTP's processes and timelines. It doesn't have to be that way. We can certainly change things up. So I'll start there. And I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything about the history.
Does any part of that have to do with when we get the funding from the feds or anything like that? I'm just curious.
I'm still trying to figure that out.
No,
To be really
that's
fair,
fine.
I
That's
think that, like,
a good answer.
we don't get our allocation from federal highways and DOT until like March or April, so we just can't like award funding until we actually get that. So that's kind of a weird thing too that we have to deal with.
Right.
So you know what's coming, but you don't actually get it when you know what dollar amount is coming.
Yeah, so, and
That's
this
what-
is the conversation I just started having this week, so it's.
I'm interested.
But, yeah, essentially they're kind of like, you can expect basically about the same amount every year, but we don't get that like final stamp of approval until March or April. And I think it has something to do with their fiscal year too. I think there's something.
Probably,
Yeah.
it's probably because we rarely have we gotten an actual federal budget back over.
Right.
Our fiscal year October 1st. So we get starting points, we know what the president budget is asking for, but oftentimes it's in the spring or sometimes even later. I imagine sometimes you might get it later because the actual omnibus bill passes, it gets passed by Congress by the president, doesn't happen until well.
Yeah.
So my guess is that Federal Highways gives you a starting point, what the plan is. Good guess, but the actual bill doesn't get passed till later.
Absolutely, yeah. The federal appropriation typically is around that winter, spring timeframe. And then it actually has to get passed through Department of Transportation. And then we receive it. So there's definitely a process. There's a couple loops there. Yeah.
And it is a federal gas tax that funds it. So if gas usage goes down in this country, conceivably, the amount of money available for award is going to go down. Is the way I've read the rules.
Yeah.
But I don't know if maybe the highway department can reallocate funds to keep that going. I mean,
I've never seen it go down in 25 years.
An RTP is like a teeny 10% of the federal highway budget, so they may just keep it the same to keep their lives.
Well, and remember that 2008, people stopped driving.
And it still didn't go down. It still remained the same.
I was told that there's no reason think that it would go down and, but I think it might.
So I guess the reason I asked that question is, could we, I mean, this is big, because you guys are restructuring a lot, right? You're making a lot of changes, looking for efficiencies, but also on the other side of it, if we separated these by 6 months, you know, made one, I don't know, deadline February or whatever the deadline is, you know, push it out 15 to 30 days and put the other one over in the fall, then if organization A doesn't get funded for this, if they're motorized, they can apply for this. I don't know, it's just a thought, but is that inefficient or is that more efficient? Does it give our entities or applicants more opportunity, or does it make more work for them?
It depends on the type of applicant, and the type of project. I mean, again, I think one of the biggest limitations right now in RTP is this 8-month expenditure window. And I think you're able to at least slide the contract forward enough that a grooming grantee, like a snowmobile club, can still make an expenditure in this 8-month time frame without hitting that limitation. So I think we've been able to work it out with Federal Highways and when the contract agreement's actually signed there, but that does play into the application deadline and award timeline and all of that.
I guess maybe keep the federal one where it is, because that one has more to it, and slide the state.
Yeah, trail stewardship, I mean, it by no means has to remain.
That's just,
that.
I don't know, that's just something.
Just
to
kind of
throw out
copy.
there.
Well, again, I'll ask the same question. Is there any statement, when do you get money? Because when we met back in April, we didn't know about marijuana money as to whether it was gonna be here, and then within a week or two, you did know. And we're given the money, so it's like, I just don't know. Does that money have to be spent within a certain fiscal period?
Allocated, not expended.
Okay.
And that marijuana funding technically wasn't available until July 1. And so that's the next, next fiscal year. But that said, I guess we could double check with budget and just make sure before any possible timeline changes are made.
So the timeline on that is a fiscal year. And the way that our CFO got clarification from the governor's budget office is that the money is treated like capital project money. So if you don't have it allocated by the end of the fiscal year, it's still, they were going to consider it carry forward, or that it carried forward the opportunity, the authorization carried forward. And so that's why we were able to apply it in this scenario. So I don't know that I'd let that drive that question necessarily on timing.
Good.
So what you're saying, Hope, is that that splitting the cycle for the two grant programs is an option or not an option?
Well, I'm just saying that, so in this instance, we had application review, but the contracts didn't actually go out until after July 1st. But the authorized money, if you look at it just ending on the fiscal year, should have been allocated by June 30th. But the way that the governor's budget office is viewing that money, it doesn't get swept away. It just stays in the capital project pot consideration. And so it could be allocated after July 1. I don't think we want to get too far off cycle with a fiscal year as you think about the application cycle in a calendar year, but we have a little bit of flexibility around that fiscal year changeover, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Is there would we know more as to how much money we have coming in if we waited till July? Would we have a better handle on the available monies coming out?
I think the monies are distributed quarterly, if I recall correctly. And I think, halfway through the year, you're going to know well enough what your trajectory is.
So then I guess one of the nice things is the way it's done currently, at least, is that we are able to kind of compare apples and apples with a group that's applying for both. That's one advantage, at least there is, you know, we're not having to go back. The flip side of that is we might have some visibility into that group to know whether or not they're actually using the money, you know, when they apply for the second grant or something. So I don't know.
I think,
So-
and Tom and I think talked a little bit about this thing, and I think one of the things we thought was, well, maybe we should go through a cycle, because we already changed so much with the program and there are new staff, like maybe we should see what it's like to actually implement the program, and then from there we can figure out some of the nuances and what would make sense. Because we had before discussed, like, do we want to make some of these bigger leaps in different timeframes? But then we kind of step back, we're like, maybe that's too much to do.
That's a
I do
fair-
recall a lot of pushback when we used to have the July 1st deadline and even October 1st. It's just a really, really busy time of year for Montanans in general, right? And
Yes.
so, and they're doing stuff. They're actually implementing whatever, you know, trail program or project that might be working on. So,
I was just gonna address, Brenda, your question. I think, again, kind of self-serving, but for our folks who are putting in grants, it is efficient to keep them together and do it during the winter. People are busy all year long, but they're used, and probably it's historical too, but they're used to coming into the fall, gathering a lot of the information they need. And if you push that out sometime in the summer, just the people that are actually putting in the grants themselves, usually for us, district folks there, and so they're actually they're trying to manage the summer program seasons. And oftentimes they're out of lot. So for us, it would be better. And that's not true for all groups. I think for some groups, so maybe like backcountry horsemen, MCC, that's when they are also not so much for the snowmobile groups, but at least for the summer users, those groups are more in the winter, and that's probably a better time. Fall winter. So that makes sense to keep them together, but there's probably reasons to mix it up.
Yeah, the 8-month piece that Beth mentioned, as long as the contract doesn't get signed until July, August, 8 months out puts us into the grooming season, at least, where we can make an expenditure apply. At one point, there was a rule where you could only do two reimbursements against your grant, and that was like impossible at that point. It was like, I got why you'd ask for that, but it's like, I can't make all that money disappear in 2 reimbursements.
And so, yeah, like barring any wholesale changes to the programs, because I think we're gonna wait like a solid cycle or two.
That makes sense.
The biggest thing we ran up against as we both started in our positions in the spring and early summer was we need to get rid of any confusion as to this. We needed to allow people to realize that these are 2 separate programs and they're uniquely separate. They share some major similarities. TSP was kind of cloned out of RTP for the sake of implementation, and now we're trying to kind of pull back and make clear that their attributes are similar in some senses, but also very different in others. And then it kind of comes down to, the budget and fiscal years are slightly different with federal money and state money, but roughly FWP has about $3 million, give or take, a year to fund trail projects across the state within these 2 programs. How do we start figuring out small changes, but that also have long-term implications that will be bigger changes, so that $3 million across 2 programs and across 2 different eligibility requirements can be best used and can be best distributed regionally and distributed across motorized and non-motorized users. And so trying to figure out how to have the 2 programs complement each other is something that Stephanie, I realized that's going to take long time to figure out. And it's gonna take a lot of input from the stack, and it's gonna take a lot of input from our most invested stakeholders. But the primary goal was to just first clearly communicate that these programs are different. And then second, allow stakeholders to find this information better. That there's this money out there. And third, to just tell the general public that all of these trail funding opportunities exist. You don't have to apply, just be happy and know that you're benefiting from it one way or the other if you get on trails. And so I think if we look at the second question, how do we want TSP and RTP to complement each other? I'll just remove that regarding non-motorized projects. I think the question really is to start maybe addressing right now is how do we want TSP and RTP to complement each other, knowing that they have different eligibility requirements and knowing that TSP might be better suited for one type of organization or one type of project and RTP for another. To really start getting the ball rolling on that.
I just want to ask a clarifying question, going back to the carbon copy application. So I thought I heard you say that is allowed.
It's technically allowed.
Okay. I mean, part of me feels like it shouldn't. Like, I'm totally cool with the group going in with two different applications, you know, one for this, one for that. And I could understand where you get an application that says, unless we get this one, we can't use this one. Well, then, yeah, but, you know, it's like but putting in two carbon copies just seems like we're increasing the load on the internal group as well as staff, and not a good reason. You know, I'm just bringing that up again in terms of a compliment. It's like they complement each other nicely if you have two different grant requests, but not two of the same.
And I agree with that. But then also putting myself in the shoes of an applicant, I would say, well, I just want funding. So fast forwarding to November, RTP is going to open November 1st. 2 weeks later, some applicant could potentially just submit at this point, it won't be the exact same. Okay, so one way we have avoided that was the same application was used for both programs up until the change that we're making now. So I guess technically, folks, the same project could be applied for, and it could be summarized and everything in a very similar way. But how would you? What would be some suggestions as to how we address this November, this cycle? How would we want to communicate that? How would we want to go about explaining the justification?
Well, but if you are allowing that, why wouldn't every single snowmobile club apply for both with a carbon copy, hoping to get the 10% match version out of TSP? I'm playing devil's advocate here, you know, from that standpoint, saying, you know, if you're going to allow it, you may see duplicate applications from those groups, and there's only 5, but you know, 5 or 6. But I'm just saying, it's like,
if one thing that will sway them is if they're trying to purchase equipment, because then they're out of the TSP pool.
Right.
The other would be they're trying to do education signage.
I mean,
or just education.
The avalanche centers, they can't apply.
Right.
They've got to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it depends on the type of applicant, type of project, once again.
but in terms of I think there's 5 or 6 that do gloom, you could see both, because you know the equipment purchase generally comes out of snowmobile funds most times.
Yeah.
Seth takes care of that and keeps a big chunk of that budget for you know, there's 1 or 2 groomers being purchased every year. And so I just, you know, I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to throw scenarios out that I'm very familiar with. So, you know, I'd like to save, I hate duplication. So that's, you know, just seems, you know, like I'm trying to help y'all out. And that's it.
Well, I think one thing I'm kind of realizing too is that based on the differences, based on the lower amount of eligible projects in TSP, just based on how everything Senate bill reads, that would prevent if other, I mean, that prevents carbon copies from happening just because if a certain project is looking for equipment or is looking for purchase an easement, then they know that they're directed.
There's only, right, you've got the swim lane.
And I think maybe that's in an indirect sense, that's, I guess, what we're trying to say is what are the best projects for TSP funding and how do we channel those projects to TSP and vice versa? What are the best projects for RTP and what are the best organizations for RTP based on the increased capacity that it calls?
Yeah, I kind of see like 4 main categories of types of projects anyway. Grooming, both Nordic ski clubs as well as snowmobile, but especially the Nordic ski clubs. And I say that one in light of equipment needs. And there is no funding source available for Nordic ski clubs for equipment unless they go through RTP, but then we have the Buy America requirements. So that's an area that somehow needs to be, somewhat solved. Education and safety. Kent already noted that a lot of the avalanche centers can't apply to or to trail stewardship because that again is RTP eligible. And then acquisition. Rarely do we get a lot of acquisition projects, but that's another category that immediately falls to RTP. And then I think the other main difference as far as trying to break this apart between TSP and RTP is the match requirement. And so it's just easier, especially for the small organizations and the small little communities that have really limited resources to not have to meet a 20% match and only meet a 10% match. So that's also, I think, another potential barrier for some applicants as far as trying to meet that.
Both grants would be pretty applicable in terms of construction of new trail.
Yeah. And I think ultimately, yeah, now that I'm realizing this, I think the change could be then potentially not just in the scoring criteria, but in the rubric in terms of TSP, in order to make sure that programs that need that 10% match, we have a way of figuring out like what are like how things can be, the application can be similar, the scoring rubric can be similar, but the weight of the scoring rubric could be different too. So if there were duplicate applications, I don't know how we can tell people not to. We can discourage it and we can not advertise it, but I don't know how we tell people, no, like you already submitted this 2 weeks ago to RTP, you can't do this week. I don't know how we can do that, but that's not to say that both programs could be looking for different things and in the scoring rubric be prioritizing certain project types, project locations. So there's bonus points for, oh, is this coming from a community of less than 5,000 people? Or something along that lines where that, because that moves into the standard of review, where it says, yeah, we have focus points for nonprofits who don't have X amount of staffing, or we have bonus to projects that have 4 or more partnerships, and because that already is in the rubric, but what hasn't been done in that rubric is it hasn't been weighted to a scoring criteria where it says,
I guess I would discourage that kind of weighting because the knife cuts on both edges on that one, because in our April meeting, it was explained to me very clearly, you get a bigger bang for the buck in Billings or large communities. So versus the little guy. So, and because I brought up that we didn't fund some little town out in north central Montana one time, because the question was asked, who's going to use it? There's 300 people in this community and it got killed. And it was like, so I'm just telling you, it's like the waiting is a slippery slope.
But I think it's also a discussion the staff can say it's because this money ought to be distributed representatively across the state. And so finding out a way to say, well, community development, like we could, that is something that when that argument comes, it's not about feet on trail, it's about the economic benefit to a town that might need it more than another one of larger population, and it's trying to build in nuance to the scoring criteria that's agreed upon as an advisory committee, and that is
I think a
the
lawyer
shared
could find problems with that. Since I'm just.
I don't know, because I'm seeing stuff in commerce that's falling under the category of underserved communities, and I don't know, I mean, that's a buzzword, of course.
That's not our charter.
But that's what I want, that's exactly where I was gonna go. I think we have to back this up to what are the goals here of each program, what are the goals of the advisory committee? And I think that, you know, we're seeing a lot of changes in our state leadership, and to include more communities, not just Eastern Montana.
Right.
I mean, there's stuff that's happening that is specific to rural areas.
Yeah.
So I think that we've all, you know, that broader sense of awareness of what we are north, south, east, west in the state. But also I think, you know, some of the wording that I've seen is preference will be given to, which is great enough. I think that maybe it works for certain, and not necessarily for that, but you know, and maybe, you know, that changes with the leadership, with you know, leadership of lots of different organizations. So
as long as that preference isn't anecdotal, as long as it's not just, oh yeah, we like it, as long if it falls under a systematic review, then that preference is public, and it's explainable, and it's justifiable, and it's based on the fact that the Access and Landowner Bureau, as well as the stack, prioritized serving communities of X, Y, and Z.
yeah. So the grants that we do within Southeast Montana, our grant committee specifically outlined that these marketing grants were not to be part of a regular operating budget for projects. Like if you're funded the previous year, you have to wait a year to be funded again. If you're, you know, promoting the 4th of July celebration. Now, I don't think that necessarily fits, but there are parameters that happen. It's different dollars, but I don't know. I think this is really tricky. It's really
there's like I said, the knife can cut on both directions if you're not careful. So that's why I just, you know, I love the idea of marketing the grants to these underdeveloped communities and things like that, and encouraging it. But if you don't get the app, you didn't get the app. And you know, that's the bottom line. It's like if we can't get somebody to apply, you can't make, you know, you can't write one for them. So
And that gets into removing all barriers.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I love the idea of marketing. That I truly think, you know, Eastern Montana, I mean, you know, it's like, I just wish it snowed there. Yeah, it's like.
Oh, it does, believe me.
Yeah, well, but not enough to run what I want to do.
It just melts. And then it snows again.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it melts.
Right, and it's like, so it's like,
I wish it stayed.
But I think the argument of bang for your buck, and Billings was brought up, and so just to play devil's advocate, what if it was a $50,000 project? But what if the bang for your buck actually conversely goes, that $50 goes further in Weibo, because they can then bring people off the road, and then all of a sudden they can build more economic incentives for small businesses to be in that town. And so I don't think people on trail, number of feet on trail is the only criteria for bang for your buck. I think stretching, I think $50,000 can, it's dependent on project specific and community specific. And I guess the way, how do we start crafting a program that allows new applicants to realize not only, I was like, I might have a shot at this, or we just.
Again, that gets back to marketing.
I think it's a really important point because there's a lot when we think about the diversity of trail projects, especially in a state this large, is that you have not only the community-based projects, then you move into the front country area past the community center. Then beyond that, you move into the backcountry projects, which, I mean, I don't even know what local community an applicant would necessarily list for the Bob Marshall Wilderness. You could list 10 local communities. And so just in remembering again that it gets really nuanced really quick. And there's so many different types of projects and such expansive geographic areas for consideration.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Carbon copy. Do you guys know how many carbon copy applications you got on the system? I'm just curious.
7 or 8, maybe 9 at the most.
That was like 75 that we got. Wasn't there about 75 in the?
For trail stewardship,
Barely 56.
I think there was under 40.
Yeah.
Well, the first year, 41 projects were funded, and I don't
No,
know
but
how
how
much
many?
last spring, I believe somewhere around 39.
Is that all? God, it seemed like a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You might be right. It seemed like a lot. Anybody online?
Anyone online? Have any input, just
I'm
things I want to talk about?
I don't want to get, I was just curious, of course, that could go up. I mean, we could get more. People saying.
There were, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
There were 31 last year with an additional 3 that were taken out, so a total of 34.
Yeah, it seemed like so many more, but I think I was thinking that you guys reviewed 75 with the RTP.
Yeah, past the RTP.
That's right. And I remember being like, oh, I can't even imagine.
I think it's important to remember that technically the trail stewardship grantee could use trail stewardship state funding to match RTP funding. Similar with OHB.
Snowmobile programs utilize
Right.
the state snowmobile grant as match.
That's not a restriction right
not a
now.
restriction.
So.
It's not, and you didn't change that in your review.
No. Currently, the one of the only big changes last year before the tax revenue money came in, projects were reviewed and were awarded all projects were awarded 75%. And I don't understand why that was put in. So now it's, if you apply for a grant, they're requesting 100% funding, and so the top ranked projects will get 100% funding. And then if there's leftover money, we could go to those projects that were kind of under the top, under the highest tier, and say, we can't fully fund you, but we can offer you 50% funding to do this project. But that's kind of really the only like impending change that will come with the review. That's more of a technicality than.
That's where the scoring algorithm about things like connectivity and things like that are so critical, because when you looked at where a lot of these grantees, fell, that didn't work.
Right. And so, yeah, that's a gap, and that's either a project specific thing or it's an applicant specific thing where they can spin enough yarn to make it seem like it's like a connect.
But the scoring algorithm was flawed.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, and we've addressed that, but I guess I do just kind of want to get back to this grander idea of how can the programs complement each other. I think we are identifying all that, like the tripwires that exist and all of the difficulties, but I think there's 2 different programs that share similarities, but also share a pretty wide differences, and figuring out kind of strategically speaking how we want them to benefit each other. And does that mean, and I mean, I have some thoughts, but I'm not prepared to speak on them now. I was just really hoping to get just some feedback as to, based on the eligibility. Okay, let's just say based on the different eligibility requirements, how could these two projects or programs potentially complement each other?
I have an idea, but I don't want to speak too soon either. I want to hear from them. So,
Well, I can tell you that, from a snowmobile grooming standpoint, they already do. Because at least I'd have to go back to the first year's instruction book, but I was sure that we put it in there saying they had to be separate uses of the money. You could not carbon copy this thing. So
Across snowmobile programs or
across the two grants.
RTP and TSP.
Yeah, when TSP first came out, I'm like 98% sure that we did not allow for carbon copy. And so what my local club did was they said, okay, we do our normal grooming using RTP, but we have these two trails that we contract groom on that we only can afford one time a month to run it, So we said, let's apply for a second grooming, so we can groom every 2 weeks instead of once every 4. And we were awarded that, so that was, to me, a very complimentary use, because again, separate, the money does not, we're not doing this with the money. It was totally complimentary on that side of things. So I like the option of, again, where you can use RTP for acquisition of materials and blah, 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 all those things, and then you can use this one. So I think we already are very complementary in our capability the way it was written. It's written so quite loosely to do almost anything with TSP, barring, what is it, things off trail or
Equipment.
Yeah, equipment. So I guess my comment is don't look too hard because I think you already are there.
Okay.
My thing is, I don't know that people know how, I think it would be good in your technical assistance to talk about how the grants complement each other, and you might be able to use a portion of the funding from this to complete something using it for that.
Okay.
So there are two different applications for maybe the same trail. So they complement each other because they have these different pieces to them.
Okay.
And I think in the technical assistance pieces where you educate the grantees or the potential grantees about how they can utilize both grants to get their project further along.
I mean, that's the other thing too. I mean, does the state have the ability to create PSAs that run on radio for free and announce this kind of thing? I mean, I don't know. I mean, don't radio stations have to do a certain amount of PSAs? I thought they did.
So
From
back,
FCC.
yeah, so Jenny's comment is what I was going to comment on too. I think your complementary aspect here is really in that different project scope. And so take a trail system. I'm just thinking Foist Blacktail trail system out of Kalispell area. So they initially needed to acquire a bunch of property.
Right.
And then, so that could be occurring through the RTP grant now. And then development and maintenance ongoing for years to come could occur through the trail stewardship, signage, interpretation. I mean, not interpretation. RTP is. Actually, it wouldn't. It would be trail stewardship. The trail signs. Yeah. So I think, just in trying to differentiate, like you're saying, the various phases of an overall trail project, and then trying to steer that applicant, or that ongoing grantee to the different programs that they're going to be more eligible for.
So in one sense, steering the start of a capital project, RTP, because they could buy the equipment they need, they could get a higher max award, and then encouraging the completion of an RTP project to say, consider applying to trail stewardship for the ongoing maintenance.
Right.
And, okay.
Yeah, latrines, I mean, all of that, you know, the trailhead amenities that you might want to consider could then be trail stewardship. So you could steer it that way.
Yeah, where you guys are headed, just on your new website, is just really highlighting what the different programs can do, and maybe just not talk about carbon copy. I mean, just when you say this, if you want to do these things, you want to go RTP, you want to do these things, maybe the trail stewardship program.
Yeah, all you're doing, again, it's marketing, and you're showing them some suggested swim lanes.
Yeah.
Just don't speak to.
I have a,
Yes, Christy, go for it.
Alice has a question when you have a second.
Oh, yep, go for it.
So when you're talking about steering one way or the other, and kind of, and part of this is I don't have a lot of experience of knowing clubs that need the two, so I'm happy to hear what Mark has to say. But as far as steering, this would come well in advance, like when you're kind of talking to groups in advance, correct? Not like once we get one in, once we get it in, it's too late, correct?
Yes, correct. Yep.
Okay, that was my question.
Anyone else on Zoom? I think you guys know.
It looks like we might have lost Christy. So we'll keep an eye out to see if she reappears, but I thought she was trying to say something, but she's not on right now.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to see how, and I really, really like your example, Beth, of what you're saying, and I was kind of looking at that too, like the property versus the ongoing, and whether it's, you know, warm season, cold season, whatever. But really, like the entry, I think another thing in terms of, you know, marketing it and expanding this whole program in general is, what is the entry point for a new entity? How do they not get overwhelmed by all of this in terms of how do they get started, and helping them realize that this is just such a long, not just the grant process, but building this concept. That's a real daunting thought. And, you know, I don't know where that falls into this, but I think that might be one of the reasons that we're not seeing new applicants, is that it is just so big, and there's just no, you talk about swim lanes, but how do they get off the block?
How do they get to the pool?
Yeah, how do you get to the pool? I mean, obviously, yes, they jump in, but they're scared.
Well, you gotta drive there, take the bus there, and then get a pool pass.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess, so the question, I mean, here to then, I kind of want to zero in on this one idea, right? So project locations. There's essentially across both, like trail projects all across the state, there's essentially 3 general locations. There's small communities, small and or rural communities. There's urban centers, and then there's backcountry or side country. Should one program prioritize small community and urban center projects over backcountry projects, whereas the other program prioritizes backcountry, side country projects, and the other, and then kind of still obviously accepts and scores and funds small community project, but it's not a priority piece. Is there a way that one program would prioritize certain types of project location and project types, just as built into the strategic 5-year plan for trail stewardship, and then the other works hard to then prioritize the other, like the flip side of that?
I could see you doing that, especially with the fact that RTP has more requirements, and it's a little bit harder to manage, and so you could put more of the urban-based trail systems in that, because they usually have at least some kind of support mechanism where, you know, your backcountry and side country are usually Forest Service staff or completely volunteer groups that are running those. So the trail stewardship program would be much easier for them to manage. But I'm not sure.
That's a great idea. The other perspective is to look at from, because of your match, you got 10%, 20%.
Yeah.
Maybe do this correctly, but market that TSP program to the smaller organizations. It seems to me like it's a little simpler, more flexibility.
Yeah.
TSP, that RTP has a lot more requirements. Say, you know, if you're a big outfit and you've had a lot of grant experience, you know, maybe, and you have easily to get it, maybe you should look at RTP in the smaller groups, the smaller entities, the ones that are just getting started. Maybe they should look at the.
Yeah, especially if they have staff, if they have, you know,
Infrastructure to support the whole management of the
reporting
grant.
system, yeah.
Hey, just a different way to.
But
Yeah.
again, that's, you know, there's 25 snowmobile clubs, and I think there's 5, maybe 6 that apply for RTP. And, you know, that's why Montana Snowmobile Association is trying to figure out a way to apply for a grant that can help give, you know, do that infrastructure for the small ones. And, you know, again, it just seems unclear as to whether or not that's going to be frowned on or not. The flip side, the other question I just had popped in my head, do we have a minimum on TSP right now? Is it 10,000 or?
No, it's not, because we funded
10,000
$4,000.
There's no minimum?
Well, we did at one point for 5,000 or something. We used to, I believe, but I think they did away with it.
Okay, well, all
Well,
right, that's fine, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah, we had that application from Great Falls last year. I think it was what, $4,500 for those
Yeah.
bike pump stations on the Riverside Trail. So
Yeah. So there's no minimum. But then there's also, and this is, I'll just throw it out there because we're just talking, we're not making decisions. Which is trail stewardship eventually get to the point where it has a micro grant cycle, where it's small projects just under 20,000. The application is like a quarter of it and it's rolling all year. And then there are these larger projects that do have a minimum, they're 20, 25 or above, up to the max. And then that's coming in, and those are kind of these bigger projects that allow, and so then there's still trail stewardship money that's approachable for small communities and small outfits. The requirements are less, but the overall reward is also less. But it's getting that money out there. Right.
It's a little bit more complicated, but I love the rolling grant, especially for those small organizations that like need quick fixes.
Yeah.
Flathead Electric has their Roundup for Safety grant. There's a number of different electric utilities that offer a Roundup for Safety grant. And I've managed to use it the last 2 years to pay for avalanche. But I apply, they have an online system. It asks 5 questions. I mean, you're limited to like 500 characters for your narrative. And I mean, it is short, sweet, and simple. I mean, it is 30 minutes to apply for a grant, period. And, you know, and it's like, I think it's max of 10 grand or something like that. But it's like, I'd love to see a portion of TSP go to a program like that where you create a really simple, and it's like every month you know, release another.
I really like that, and I think maybe that entry point, and then you build that relationship and the confidence the organization is learning as they go along, and maybe they can only get 2 of them, or you know, there's a cap on it, so that you can keep feeding other organizations. Okay, now you're a toddler, now you're moving to kindergarten.
Yeah, and it's like
you're no longer a tadpole.
Yeah, exactly. The minute they apply for 2 in a year, it's like, okay, you need to apply for the major one.
The big
You know,
one,
it's
yeah.
like, now you're in the big fish,
Bumped up.
you're in the big pond now, and you know, that's once a year.
Would that be like, if it's in that 30-30 rule then?
Oh,
Like,
that's
that would
interesting.
be a thing, you can file 30-30, you know, rolling application.
So the 30-30-40 rule on TSP, I thought was a guide that wasn't necessarily.
It's not
required.
in
Requirement.
Senate.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
So you don't have to. It was very nice that you did this last year. You know, I very much like to see that as I'm primarily a motorized guy, I get it. But, you know, it's like the, from that standpoint, I think you could try, you know, and it's like, if you started seeing your numbers skewing one way and a motorized one came in, you award that one or something.
Well, I think that's what's interesting too about the trail funding 5 programs is that RTP and TSP out of all 5 are the only non-motorized programs for non-motorized groups to apply to. Which is just interesting when you break down all the grant programs and realize that, oh, non-motorized only has 2 of the 5 options.
I'll just make the reminder that most of the motorized trails that are out there are multi-use for everybody. There's plenty of cross-country skiers and snowshoers and dog sledders out on those trails. So, you know, it's a multi-use trail in most of those programs.
I've always found it interesting too, what sort of complicates the whole motorized, non-motorized aspect of both programs is that on the flip side of what you're saying with the snowmobile clubs, you also have Nordic ski clubs that have a motorized trail equipment need.
For strictly
But
non-motorized.
For strictly non-motorized. So, yeah. Interesting.
E-bikes are gonna.
And then we have e-bikes to throw in the mix now, so.
Living in,
Yeah.
I love it.
I also think that it's kind of more barriers related, but the reimbursement only aspect is also another really
That's such a very.
significant barrier. If we are looking for more applicants,
Yeah.
removing or considering some way that an applicant can a grantee can actually implement a project, expend the grant funds without having to upfront all costs of that project
Yeah.
before seeking reimbursement. That's a major
Yeah.
barrier
That's a
for a
major
lot of
barrier.
the small organizations, and especially the tribal communities. I mean, it's really an issue.
Mhm.
I have to do that on the Flathead Electric. I mean, I get no money until I've expended the money.
So do you,
So what happens, okay, kind of back this up. So say there's a project and the money is put forth to the awardee and they do not comply with everything that happens. They're out of compliance. How does that money get back?
So
What are the corrective steps?
typically we have always only allowed a grant advance up to say 50%. This is the case with our OHV program. And then we withhold the remaining funds. They don't receive them. And I can't even recall a time that we've ever had an issue as far as needing to get funds back for some non-compliance issue on any
And see,
project.
I've had the opposite experience. So our grant or our committee said, you don't get the money until you do the completion report, and see all the finances and everything. Now, we're not granting out $100,000. You know, I think our total budget for the year is 10 to 15. But for some of those small communities, even putting together a $3,000 media campaign is a lot of money. And I mean, I've had people put it on their personal credit cards, which to me that's not what that's intended to do either. This was more for our reporting.
Yeah.
Our organization's on the hook.
That's
Plus
why
I was
we
touching it 3 times.
you try to get project completion, all documentation before releasing the final 50% of the award funds. And
Used to do it when I was in Minnesota, the state would do like, I think it was like my numbers are gonna be messed up right now, but it's like a 40-30 but the rest. Kind of a thing, like you got your first 30% of funds, once you got completion and everything was good, then they released the next 40%. Once they made sure that was good. Last minute, unless, except for the last 10%, that held that till after everything. But it was kind of like staged that way, so if there was like a major block, or at least maybe like $5,000 in the hole and not 50 grand in the hole.
In one way, one way I'm gonna talk about it a little bit more as I get out to promote the program is with the example of smaller programs just not having that, is to encourage partnership projects. To say that this large, well-funded program in, let's say, I'm just not even gonna bring a community, but this community can then partner with a community 50 miles away on a project that works together. And they're also not only learning from the well-funded and high-capacity program, but it's also making the reimbursement a little bit, that process a little bit more, if the big program's willing to kind of foot the bill and then eventually knows that money's gonna come back. But and then that also brings kind of this trail network into play so that it's not siloed from the main urban center communities with larger nonprofit trail programs to the community 50 miles away, that they're not working in complete separation. They're actually talking now more the smaller programs, learning from the big program how it works, how do you do accounting, how do you do this, how do you bring staff, how do you retain them. But then they're also now starting to develop projects that complement each other. They're not just operating in silos. But overall, the reimbursement is kind of challenging.
Beginning part again, I think I heard you say that the larger organization would funnel some money to the.
Would essentially sponsor the project's initial payments until the money came, because this small organization that's just starting up 50 miles away, that has a really good idea, but has no means to actually put forth $30,000 to upfront the money.
So you're almost looking for like a regional trail organization.
Well, it's kind of similar to the Montana Snowmobile Association idea, is that that large, the bigger umbrella
It's like that.
helps out initially, and then everything works its way out. And in the process, people get to know each other better, people get to understand strengths, weaknesses, and then share all sorts of different information. And they're working in conjunction.
I am not familiar at all with how an end user submits for reimbursement. I've never seen the system. I've never done any of that. Is that through Funding MT? As well?
Web grants, there's
Web grants. Okay. But anyway, I've never looked at that, but I've heard plenty of stories about how it's hard to figure out what your match is, where this was, and doing that. And, I know in the past we've done training on how to apply for a grant, but I'm not sure we've done a ton with how to do the reimbursement. And, if we have a really user-friendly system or something that walks somebody through the reimbursement cycle as well. I know that like with Flathead Electric, I go into the exact same login, for that I applied to, and I say apply for reimbursement. I upload a PDF of my checks that I wrote, and so I just don't know. But that could be part of your marketing as well as,
Well, this year we couldn't provide that,
yeah,
but
right.
next year the goal is to say, okay, our 2023 awardees, these 40 projects for X amount. Before the contracts are written out, or as they are, is to host a technical assistance web grants to say, hey, you all got awarded, get to know each other. We'll do it on Zoom. We're going to record it for those who can't find, but here's the step, here's the reimbursement step. Here's what we expect from your status reports. Here's what we expect from your final reports. And then it's not only an opportunity for everyone to ask those clarifiers right off the bat. It's another network building opportunity for them to say, oh, look, I didn't even know you got an award. And then all of a sudden they don't need FWP to connect, like they're connected through and then they're gone and then they're just working together. Like in future projects and they now have a channel of communication that, because TSB should, I think, in all grant programs should fund individual projects, but it should also bring project types together so that they can network and share resources and share lessons learned so that we don't have everybody just trying to rebuild the same thing. It's, I think trail organizations have felt really limited in their financial capacity over the years. I don't think any trail organization lacks technical knowledge and just institutional knowledge. And I think now it's a good opportunity for that to get shared across programs as the finances continue to rate. I mean, if we continue on this trajectory, which hopefully we will, we're building financial capacity, but we're also building social capital as well. And that's kind of, now that we're here to talk about the administrative things and these rubrics, once we agree on that and move these from draft to final form, then it turns into building the network, marketing the program, opening the door to new applicants that otherwise didn't know exist or didn't have the means to apply to the program in the way which it used to be formed. So I think we've covered a lot. Does anyone have any thoughts just kind of on this, these complementing TSP and RTP? Kind of close us out before we go to public comment.
Did you say, are you planning to go out and do outreach out in actual communities across the state this fall?
Yes.
So how are you doing that? Just curious, but yeah, because I'm sure it could get a lot of driving and small groups, and each community has their own. Sometimes it's the women's club and sometimes it's the commercial club and sometimes it's a mix of both. And so I'm just curious how you're scheduling that trip and how you found the connections.
Yes. And I'll talk a little bit. I can go in depth tomorrow because I have a few slides that will
talk about that.
But I did talk with our marketing team at ComEd, and we just talked about, when I go into this community, do I talk about trail stewardship as like healthy communities, or do I talk about it as an economic development growth? So we kind of identified how to sell the program a little bit differently along I-94, for example. I'm not just going to go in there with the same pitch. And then based on existing contacts from Beth and from other folks within the division, and Seth, and then also ComEd, here's the trails organization for Havre. And so I'm reaching out to them before I go to set up the meeting, and then stopping at the library, Chamber of Commerce, to then drop kind of the literature, like the small literature that we have, it's like poster board stuff that will just raise awareness to, oh, this exists. I had no idea FWP was doing that. Glad to hear it. To then specifically, oh, this can really benefit me. I'm going to apply in 2 months. And now I kind of have a clear line of understanding what the application is going to involve.
Are you going to do the regional trainings on the system like we've done in the past as well, or is this more about marketing?
It's just solicitation for the 2023. At this point, it's just going to knowing where and tomorrow we'll have the slide that shows the clear gaps in location and entities that haven't applied. And so that just has provided the initial kind of this gap.
First push
Are you
out.
going to do a training though on the application process and record it or something?
Yeah, we'll be doing that. So will RTP and TSP will both have multiple technical assistance trainings that say, here's how you'll enter the portal and what to expect.
Those have been very helpful.
Yeah, I've attended one of the
Okay. Oh, but it was an in-person.
It was in person.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
I
I got you.
know that Michelle and Samantha went around to a lot of the FWP offices and did, presentations.
Regionally.
I think going forward, well, practically speaking, the last 3 years, we've learned what Zoom can do, we've learned what Zoom can't do. It makes sense, I think, to keep technical assistance online and then use the opportunity to go to the Kalispell Regional Office to do maybe some other training or topic to then just bring folks into the building together.
I'm totally cool with just I think just having a recorded session that you can reference at any time and skip through if it's broken into chapters, so you can say, I'm stuck on this section of the thing and rewatch it.
But I think as we open things back up and get a lot of this administrative paperwork settled, it'll open up these opportunities to do program development that is going to the Miles City office and bringing in past grantees and bringing in potential future grantees and bringing in organizations that 2 years after the project was completed realized they benefited from the trail project and now and they realize that they're stakes. Because I mean, I think in the state of Montana, everybody is essentially a trail stakeholder, even if, because that's where a lot of folks come into the state to get on trails. Coffee shops benefit from folks that were on the trail and stuck around town. And so I think making people realize how trails benefit them, even if they're not working in them directly or on them on a consistent basis, is kind of part of what can happen too. The outdoor recreation economy is what's bringing people into the state, and it's what's putting money in small businesses these days. And I think Trail Stewardship and RTP have already done a great job in boosting that. And now as we get a little bit more time and more opportunity to make that clear, and just to expand on the benefits that outdoor rec economy has. And the opportunity that change can happen on a small scale. It doesn't have to be this big development or anything. It can happen small scale in the community's control based on what the community cares about.
Right. I think that's critical to some of those communities that are looking at Western Montana and going, I don't want that.
I don't want that, yeah. And then the question is, what do you want and how can the Trail Stewardship or Recreational Trails Program align with that?
I did get a note from Christy that her computer battery died. She wanted to ask about the state's trail plan, which hasn't been updated. And how that, and this is kind of circling back, but maybe you touch on this tomorrow, I don't know. But how that our Rtp and TSP complement each other might be better spelled out in that.
In the plan. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think I'll let Beth provide maybe more detail as to how we're approaching that, but I think this meeting to kick off kind of why trail access is important to stack member communities, that the feedback we're gathering from here on out is going to help inform that, because that plan will look a lot different than the existing one. But in terms of timing, I'm unclear.
Yeah, and I don't know if Hope is still on or not too, but certainly let her chime in as well. So we do hope to kick off the state trails plan update, hopefully next year. Wanted some time for Tom and Stephanie just to kind of get their feet on the ground, and we felt that this was very much priority right now, just making some program related adjustments and revisions. And so next year, our hope is that we're actually kicking that planning process off. It will very much be a statewide effort with a whole lot of stakeholders, a ton of community input. Most likely have some type of internal committee as well as an external stakeholders committee. We'll have to kind of talk through how STAC is a part of that, Montana Trails Coalition, you name it. There's a lot of stakeholders there for consideration, and other, state agencies, federal agencies, you name it. But really seeing it help establish the goals and priorities across the state. And Tom kind of touched on a little bit, but what I'm sort of picking up on, and it's such a need, and we're talking about it as well across FWP, is more of coordinated approach with regional recreation plans. And so you're not just only thinking about the community of Helena, but how could Helena's trail system and parks and, you know, recreational access points better connect with Townsend and Montana City and Elliston and, you know, you name it. So really thinking about it more from a regional perspective rather than just in one small community, especially with trails, because typically it's an entire trail system. And then we want the seamless connectivity and all these linkages. And so I think this will help us identify where can we consider greenways, designated water trail systems, rails to trail projects, you know, front country to back country connections. So super excited to get that updated. The last plan, just for everybody's knowledge, was in 2001 under Bob Walker's, the one who really led that effort back in the day, through a contracted service. But it's a ton of work. I mean, it's, once we kick it off, it no doubt will take a lot of staff time. I don't know if we'll contract it out or what, but yeah, Hope probably wants to say a whole lot more here.
Oh, just to add some additional pieces. So Beth's described that really well. And to talk a little bit more about this holistic look we're taking at recreation management across the state. You know, Beth mentioned region-wide recreation management plans. We're kicking that off right now, going out to each administrative region of Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. There are 7, has a citizen advisory committee. And we're engaging with them in the meetings that they have right now going on between August and September to talk about recreation management in a more specific way than they've ever been engaged on that front, as sort of a kickoff to moving down the line on holistic recreation management planning. We're going to start with these CAC discussions. I'd like to take the feedback we get from those and roll them into a broader public scoping that would start, you know, hopefully this winter. And as we go down the line, our next statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation plan is due at the end of 2024. And so my timing target is to take what we're starting now with these conversations as well, and what we're hearing about this type of recreation, combine that with what comes out of the CACs and then the broader statewide scoping, rolling that all the way forward into our SCORP planning process that has to be finished by 2024. And I've actually targeted 2025 for the finish of the trail plan update, just because I think it would be informed by that SCORP process as well. So just to give you a bigger context in which all of these conversations are happening, we're kind of chipping away at them in a lot of different ways right now.
That is super exciting. Thank you. I just, you know, knowing about that trail plan, I was thinking when we're how do these two granting programs complement one another? You know, can we look at what we have, the existing trail plan, and see where there would be gaps, and if one of the funding sources can fill that gap if the other doesn't? Because if it's a trail plan, is there implementation and then hopefully the new plan, the state trails plan in 2025 would have, I guess, not SMART goals, but, you know, kind of, would it have measurable goals and things that, you know, we can check off that that actually STAC could use in their scoring?
Yeah, conceivably. I think it's all on the table.
Great.
I hope I see Tom's head nodding. I can't tell, but
yeah, I think the thing we're realizing too with there's really no plug and play with, like, what works in Bozeman isn't necessarily going to work in Helena, and it's most definitely not going to work in Cutbank. And so taking a more of a regional approach allows more place-based problem solving to happen that's based on operational capacity, and most importantly based on what that region, what that community wants when it comes to their trails. Kind of the blanket approach to think that there's a strategy that would fit every community in Montana that's a 20th century assumption, and we're well into the 21st now, and so it's going to be really exciting to bring in that regional component and build it kind of from the bottom up rather than from the top down.
Regional planning has been needed a long time.
It'll especially help with long trail systems, you know. We're starting to hear a little bit more about some different organizations across the state, or they're really
406
making some,
trail.
really making some significant headway towards these long trails. And you know, my first question is always, and what is your maintenance plan and how are you working together across this long trail system? It's always my first question. Well, we haven't really thought about, okay. Because you know there'll be a future grantee, so having a plan behind that would be really helpful.
But to that point, I mean, do existing systems have long-term plans? I mean, I remember reviewing last spring, a lot of them don't. Their plan is to continue to apply for grants. I mean, so
Some
that's the
do.
plan.
Some
I
do.
mean, it seemed like that, most of them, that is, because that's their only option. Or
Yeah.
at least
It
that's how they
depends.
see it.
Some, you know, like the snowmobile program was kind of, I mean, it was great that the legislature created it, but they never really thought about the fact that costs go up. So it's a very set percentage, or even just it's like 1 or 2 pennies, you know, or something like that. It's 17-30 seconds of 1 cent or something of the gas tax goes to the snowmobile program. But it's 1 cent. It's not 1% of the sale. It's 1 cent.
Right.
You know, so that means it's fixed for all time at this level. We'll never see it go up. So if the price of gas goes to $6, man, we still get 17-30 seconds of 1 cent. It wasn't thought out correctly. So that program has no capability under the current legislation to grow.
Yeah.
So it's, and the same, and RTP is the same way, actually. It's the same structure of gas tax. It's set at a very fixed point and it will not grow. So, you know, from that standpoint, and it just, that's the hobble part. And that's why these groups keep coming back for year-on-year funding from a second source.
Transportation alternatives will grow, which is good. They were capped. So TA was capped, TAP was capped.
Yeah.
But they allowed, then they went back and fixed that and allowed a percentage to grow. So that's helpful because we can also keep steering people to TAP if they don't RTP. And I always want to call it STP because of the old oil. TSP doesn't work.
Actually, with those acronyms that you're talking about marketing, I really highly suggest, this is something that's, because I still all day have been going back and forth, looking at, okay, that's the state one, that's the federal one. I can't get those in my head. But really think of some names for them, non-acronym names, even if it's not the federal one, but for the state one, make it a fun name, right? I mean, if this is your chance to change it, people aren't gonna remember that.
Well, believe it or not, the old acronym used to be MTSG.
Montana.
Yeah. I was just gonna say kudos to Tom for thinking that we should shorten this and can shorten it to 3 letters.
I used to have,
Just call it, you
I
know.
used to have a transportation
Trail, I don't know.
cheat sheet when I first started with bike stuff, because it was like MUTCD and ASHTO and all these acronyms, and I would just be like, what's that? What's that?
And when people, more entities buying in.
Yeah.
That is,
Yeah.
you have, that's a barrier.
Yeah.
So, you know, Montana trails.
Yeah.
Which is about.
I mean, and I guess the other side of that too is I think we could also, you know, potentially at least list out just at least other grants that people can go after. I mean, there's RAC grants, there's all kinds of, yes, I mean, you know, the electric companies, you know, just anybody that we have, create a list and put it out there on the site and let people know that, hey, there's another program, go look at it. You might find money someplace else. Yeah. And I think we're Flathead and Snowmobile Association, 5 to 6 different grant programs.
Yeah, yeah, we were just saying there's FLAP, Federal Lands Access Program. And the build projects, which were Tiger, and then they were build, now I don't know who they are, but there's those. Those have got, well, they built a trail system in Kalispell as part of that. So, yeah, there's a lot of, so having a resource page for, and that's also part of technical assistance and knowing kind of what those are, so you can steer people to the right people.
Yep. I would not be afraid if I was in a position like you to create 2 categories. Here's one I can give you help on, and here's the ones I can't, you know, I was like, but, you know, feel free to look them up. Do not call me for this.
Yeah, good luck. They're gonna call you. Especially if you get out in the community, you're gonna be the guy. They're gonna call you, but that's good. I mean, that's breaking state government down and making it approachable. Really important.
Great. Any other, I'm gonna move this towards public comment, but I want to give, anybody wanna, have anything to say or to bring up, just before we go in that direction, online and in the room?
I'm good.
Okay, great, then. Just open it up for public comment here.
For anyone who wishes to make public comment, please raise your hand and I will open up the commenting. And when you do speak, please remember to state your name and spell your last name. At this time, I do not have anyone with their hands raised for comments.
So then I take it we conclude. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. For those that are online, are going to be joining us tomorrow. You have a separate link that was sent in addition to today's, the next email, and we'll see you on Zoom at 8:30 a.m. And we'll see everybody here in the room tomorrow at 8:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, bye-bye.